The second game of the final between Alexandra Garechkina and Nurgul Salimova ended in a draw. Although Garechkina came out of the opening with a promising position, Salimova outplayed her in the middle game and had a completely dominating position. However, Garechkina defended well and was able to secure a draw on move 120 in one of the longest games of the World Cup. Both players will return tomorrow for the tiebreak to play for the title. In the match for third and fourth place, Anna Muzichuk was pressing for most of the game, but finally Tan Zhongyi was able to achieve a draw. The final result awards Muzichuk the Women's World Cup bronze medal. In the open event, Magnus Carlsen sealed the deal in his semi-final against Avasov, securing the draw he needed to qualify for the final for the first time in his career. In the other semi-final, Caruana pressed strongly for most of the game, but Pragnanda's defensive skills were on point, and both of them will also return tomorrow for the tiebreak to the final. Welcome to the tiebreak of the Women's World Cup final between Alexandra Garechkina and Nurgul Salimova. Laurent, welcome, my friend.
Hello, Michael.
What do you expect from this interesting matchup for the final?
Well, after the game from yesterday, where Nurgul took a great advantage and finally ended with a draw, I think it will be an interesting end of the match, because we will have, on the one hand, the technical aspects which will play, but also probably the psychological aspects. Which one will cope better with the end of the match? I can't tell, of course, but I think we'll have an exciting afternoon.
Definitely will be a very exciting afternoon. We also have the semi-finals tiebreak between Pragnananda and Caruana. Whoever wins there will play the final against Magnus Carlsen. What do we expect from that match?
We'll expect a great fight between experience and youth. And again, which one we win, I don't know, but we expect also a great fight.
Thank you, Laurent. Stay tuned to our channel at YouTube. It's going to be a really interesting afternoon with very exciting chess, the tiebreaks of the final.
Welcome back, everyone. And today is the tiebreak day. A history will be made today. Who is going to be the winner of the Women's World Cup between Alexandra Garechkina versus Nurgul Salimova? And who will be the finalist of the World Cup in the open section? And who's going to be facing Magnus Carlsen in the final? Fabiano Caruana or Pragnananda? Irina, how are you today?
Well, I'm super excited for
I'm
this,
super excited
for this
too.
day. Yeah,
Yes.
we're definitely going to get some important results today. I mean, I don't have any clear predictions on how it's going to go. If you really made me have to muster a guess, I guess I would say Salimova and Caruana go through.
Salimova and Caruana.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at least part of my suggestion has to not be boring, right?
Right, yeah, okay. If you go for Salimova and Caruana, I'll go the other way. I'll go Garechkina and Pragnananda.
Okay, very good. Right.
Yeah, but today is a very close-up match, between those two. Like, I don't know who is actually the clear favorite, because those players are very close, and also we can see from their classical matches as well. I mean, okay, in the open section, Fabiano has two better games, I guess, but it was not very obvious, and Pragnananda clearly defended very well and managed to draw both games.
Yeah, he's definitely been very resourceful on the defense, as well as Garechkina has been resourceful on the defense, drawing yesterday down 2 pawns.
Right, yeah.
I guess I just feel like, Nurgul has come this far, and it really is kind of like a Cinderella story. So maybe it will be completed today.
Maybe, yes. And just a friendly reminder, the tiebreak day today will be consisting of 2 games of rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. So if the match is still tied, we'll move on to the second rapid tie break, that is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if the match is still tied again, we will move on to the blitz tie break, that is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And the last one will be the sudden death, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds until there is a winner.
Yeah, how many games do you think it's going to take?
I don't think it will be until the sudden death at least. Yeah.
You think it might get decided in like 10 minutes?
Maybe, yes.
Yeah.
It will be a miracle if the tiebreak ends after the 25-10, but I don't think so. I think they will move on to 10-10, either the open section or the women's section. But I don't think it will be until the sudden death.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about what we're expecting to see on the board. I think in the match between Fabi and Prague, it's actually very hard to predict the openings.
Yeah.
Because they can open with any move.
Yes, both of these players are very universal. They can play any sort of openings, any sort of lines, any sort of setup or structure. So it's going to be very hard indeed. But maybe I can predict Fabiano's first move. Maybe it's just E4.
Yeah,
E4 is quite likely because well, he's been playing more often with E4 these days.
Sure.
Ru Lopez or Italian. So I think we will see E4 on the board. And what about in the women's section?
Well, in the women's, it's a lot more predictable. We actually saw Queen's Gambit declines from both colors.
Right, yeah.
So I feel like we might see Queen's Gambit decline.
It's going to be repeated again,
in 2 games, because Goriachkina has been playing it this whole tournament. And Salimova has also been playing it.
Yep.
So I'm just feeling like unless one of them wins, right, and then you might need to like switch it up to something sharper. Like if the first game is a draw, then I would say, we could see a Queen's Gambit declined again.
Yeah, I would think so as well, because Queen's Gambit decline is currently very popular in the women's section. We've seen many games prior to this match as well, so probably a repetition of the Queen's Gambit decline is very possible. And we see on the camera, Alexandra Goriachkina will be playing with the black pieces on the first game.
Yeah, so in this tournament, she has been actually very devoted to the Queen's Gambit declined, and she's been playing it from her starting matches, which is interesting, right? Because sometimes players are going for the element of surprise.
Right.
All right. So, and it's not that I don't think she has versatility in her openings, or like only has time to study one opening. The thing is that, the Queen's Gambit declined, I guess, is so solid, and she's made such a study of it, and that she's going between different lines in it.
Yep.
And it's just difficult to prepare for, right? Which explains why she's been playing it from round 2.
Yes, it is indeed a very wise strategy as well. You don't necessarily have to change your openings. You just have to keep sticking to one opening, but you can just choose a different line on different games. So it gives you more understanding as well on the opening itself, right? So also, maybe you just don't have enough time to study more openings because the preparation time on this type of tournament is kind of like short.
So what do you think I was doing last night? You want to make a guess?
Oh, you had your massage?
Yeah, but after the massage. How do I spend my evenings?
Did you take a walk?
I did, of course. Yeah, I did that too. I did a lesson.
You did
with
a
my
lesson?
student, yeah. I looked at all her games. But after that, then I started looking at the Queen's Gambit decline. All of Goriachkina's games in this tournament, just to see, this new approach and analyzing it and trying to figure out, where white can get an advantage. Like, how do you even play these positions?
Yeah, you also can prepare that for the upcoming Tata Steel.
Yeah,
Rapid
that's
and
right.
Blitz.
Let's give away
it will
all
be very
my ideas.
useful. Yes. And there you go, Fabiano Caruana will be playing with white pieces. So if Michael Rahal is watching this, I have one question for Fabi. You should ask him, like, how many dozens of white shirts does Fabi have?
Or maybe he just launders the same one, Okay, we got Salimova arriving to the board, and Prague also arriving to the board. Yeah, I mean, I do think E4 by Fabi is maybe the most likely. He had an advantage in the Italian game against Prague. He has a pretty good feel for it. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes for anything else, but yeah, E4 would be my guess.
Yes, E4 is quite likely, and the first move will be starting very soon, under a minute. And there we go. We see Salimova already. This is a new shirt. Sorry, I have this all personal observation. A new jacket, sorry, a new jacket. I've never seen her wearing this pink jacket on this tournament before. Or maybe I was wrong. Maybe she wore it in the earlier tournament.
Yeah. I'm also wearing something new. Did you notice?
Yeah, the leather jacket.
The leather jacket. I brought it out for this exciting tiebreak, guys. It just shows you how excited I am about today.
Okay, 20 seconds left before the first move. Yeah, it will be exciting.
I hope we see a Sicilian from Prague. Any chance of that?
Oh, huge chance
I
actually.
think so.
Yeah, I think
'Cause
so.
He is,
Yeah.
he does like to play that.
He does to play that in the tiebreak especially.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's quite tricky. There's a lot of tricky lines you can go for in a faster game, but let's see.
Okay, E4 as
E4.
predicted.
All right,
And
how about
C5? Let's go C5.
Yeah,
E5.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
He's gonna
Yeah.
do this for the 25 minute at least. Yeah.
I think it's because Pragdananda is not in a must-win situation right now, so
Sure.
he doesn't have to force matters. He just have to play quite solid.
Italian
chess.
again.
Italian again on the board.
like they had in their first classical
Yep.
game. Mhm.
So it was like either Italian or the rule piece. And this H6 idea, trying to prevent this bishop G5, again, that nuance is something that you really have to understand. Yeah, it may not be necessary, but I mean, it's a line. It's a line.
We see castles on the board. Okay. And, well, black will probably castle as well, or is he going to delay castling? I don't know. What do you think, D6 or castles? They're both very possible here. I think the most, D6 has been played way more frequently, so black maintains some sort of flexibility. Has he made any move? Yeah, I think he has made a move, and I think it is D6. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
D6. So yeah, in this type of position, H6, D6, A6, or A5, they are quite interchangeable. It's just depending on which line does the black player want to go for.
Rook E1, also
Rook
the most
E1,
popular move
yeah.
played by Fabi. And after Rook E1, okay, well, usually black is castling here. Black is castling, but they always have this option of moving the pawns up to, A5 or A6. But I guess, I mean, there's really no reason to leave the king in the center for so long, right? Already facing D4 ideas, so Prague castles. And now what are we going to see? Are we going to see knight BD2 or B4? Knight BD2,
Or
yes,
also
the most
bishop
popular
B3.
move.
Yeah, knight BD2, bishop
H3.
B3, H3. Yep, those moves can be.
Oh, by the way, we have
the
a
options.
London system on the board in the game between Salimova and Garyachkina. Let's actually take a look at that because
let's do it.
that is a bit of a surprise. And the interesting thing is that her coach Abbasov, right, is actually a London specialist. So she went maybe with some preparation from him. I mean, now that he lost his match against Magnus, maybe he had time to give her some advice. So we see a London system. And E3, knight C6, knight BD2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Abbasov has played this exact move order. CD, ED, bishop F5 by Garyachkina, and bishop B5, E6.
Yeah, I think I played this one as white just recently in this year. I think it was the Super Swiss in St. Louis. And yeah, this bishop B5 approach is not really giving much advantage to white's position, but black has to be careful because this is actually a very tricky approach. And probably if you put the computer on, it would give only like 0.06 even. Like it's not very significant. But yeah, knight E5 is on the board.
And queen B6.
Yes, I think the continuation here is if you just want to play C4.
Exactly. Yeah, so these lines are really quite sharp. White has to react kind of in this, they cannot ever set up the C3 move. Right now their bishop is under attack, so they go C4.
C4, DC, and A4. That is a very...
Wow, that's the theory,
Yeah, that's a very tricky move because you just want to keep this bishop on B5 defended, but also you have to keep pinning the knight on C6.
And then the game goes like with bishop B4.
Yep.
So is Salimova thinking here? No, she's going to go for C4.
Yeah, she went for C4. So yeah, this is one of the London that I also prepped, and it went successfully for me. So yeah, but obviously Alexandra Garyachkina is very experienced, and she knows what to do in this line, and she didn't take time to actually play all these moves.
Yeah.
So if I remember correctly, A4 should be played here.
Yep, A4 is played it's by far the most popular, but actually Bishop C6 is the next most popular move, and that is what
it is also very
Salimova
acceptable.
chose.
Yep.
And after pawn takes, she played knight takes C4 So we have a kind of more positional game, I guess, like this, where black has the bishop pair and queen b5. Actually, a queen b5 on the board, interesting, because here I'm seeing queen a6 and queen b4 as the more popular moves, and queen b5 is like is a new move, at least in the master level. So Garechkina comes with a novelty. Perhaps they took a look at also some of, Abbasov's games in this line.
Right.
Right. I mean, I would actually try to prepare like that, right? If I'm thinking, what can my opponent surprise me with? She's a d4 player. Maybe she doesn't want to go into the queen's gambit positions. So the London is the next choice, especially when her coach is Abbasov. Maybe they took a look at his games. Maybe they saw something here. And so that's maybe how this new move could emerge. That would be possible, one possible theory.
Yeah, but also this is currently like a modern theory as well. I think maybe Garechkina not necessarily preparing against London on this game, but she just did her homework. Yeah. So maybe she already prepared this like a few months before, not against Salimova, but just in general.
Yeah, well, okay. What can I say looking at this position? I mean, black's position does look fine to me from first glance in general. I like the long-term prospects of black with the bishop pair. Each side has an isolated pawn, so it sort of balances out. In these positions, when things go wrong, they will definitely go more wrong for white, I think, because of the bishop pair. So let's say white just castles, right? I mean, there is a move a4 Salimova could think about, but of course castles. There's really nothing that looks more natural. And okay, so now let's think about some possibilities for black. There is knight d5, always a contender.
Bishop e7, just try to castle.
Just to castle. I mean, those are really the main ones, aren't they? There's no reason to bring the queen here yet, even though she doesn't stand badly there. You might bring her there in the future. Probably bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7, very natural. So maybe you want to keep pressuring on c6 by playing rook c1, and a4 can be necessary later, but I like this rook c1 idea first.
Okay, she goes for
A4
forcing.
first.
Yeah, a4. Okay, interesting. Well, now let's say we're sitting here without any computer preparation.
Queen d5 is the most natural.
Yeah,
but,
queen d5.
Or bishop b4, you can also hit on this bishop first. But then bishop b4, bishop d2, and d6 is kind of weak, yeah?
Yeah, I guess there's no particular reason why black would want to trade that bishop, because this bishop shouldn't really be that good given where white's pawn is. Right, so I don't really see such a benefit to this move.
Yep, I think you can just move the queen right away to d5.
Yeah, so she can move to all these squares, a6, b7, but like definitely queen d5.
Oh, queen b7 she played.
Yeah, you know what it is? I mean, there might be something with like knight e3. Yeah, just a very specific issue.
Right.
Or at least down the line, right? Like maybe,
castle first.
Yeah, maybe you castle, and then when there's no check on b4, knight e3 is actually kind of annoying.
Right.
Right. Okay, I think that's it. So now she goes to b7, and so what has been the concept? The concept has been to provoke this move because it weakens that square. And yeah, that's really the main nuance here. Like, because she could have put the queen on b7 right away. She wanted to provoke a4.
Right. So now you can actually choose between a5 or castle even. I like this a5 move, you know, and you're giving a space for the queen to go to a4 in some future.
Interesting. Yeah, a5, maybe even get the pawn to a6, yeah. But okay, she goes for castles.
It is also very natural. And maybe now bishop e7. I like the idea, or bishop b4. I also like the idea of putting this bishop on f5 to e4 and d5, just to try to consolidate the center, protecting the c6 pawn, because that will be the target of attack.
Yeah, there's no real reason to play a5 here, I think, right? It's just a little too weak given where the knight is. If the knight was on c3, then you definitely want the pawn on a5. It's a little nuance there. Yeah, okay, she played knight d5, so we're expecting bishop d2, I think. That's what we're expecting.
Bishop g3 is also possible.
Bishop g3 is possible. So why was I so confident she's going to go for this diagonal?
But I agree, like bishop d2 is very...
Yeah, Yeah, I'm
natural.
not sure. Yeah.
You can put the knight on a5 without any trouble and then hit on c6. Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
maybe that's it.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Maybe I just instinctively thought that like staring into this knight is not like something we need to continue doing.
Right. So, okay, bishop d2 is a good move. Bishop g3 is quite thematic as well. But yeah, bishop d2, you have already an immediate threat of playing knight a5 and hitting on c6. So I think after bishop d2,
Yeah.
what can black play? Bishop b4?
Yeah, definitely.
No.
I think this way.
Can you play bishop b4? No, I don't think so, yeah? You just take on b4.
Yeah, if here, and then, well, I mean, you can. Just the question is, why would you want to go for that trade, right? But I mean, okay, knight a5 is a problem. So if we go bishop e7, either, I mean, can you play this or do you lose that pawn?
No, you just play that, I think.
You just play it? I think I will take the pawn, though. I think
You'll
I'm
take
going to
the
be
pawn?
very brave and take it because actually my knight is so strong, like I could even just castle here. I'm probably very solid. I don't think you're trapping my queen because my queen can always get out. So like in the worst case, right, I can go for this.
Yep, making sense. Yep. So white has to be a bit careful there, not to drop a pawn on b2, because yeah, I think b2 pawn is more valuable than the pawn on c6.
Yeah, well, first of all, I have to say that game is developing in a nice way, unbalanced, unbalanced in terms of two bishops versus bishop and knight, unbalanced in the pawn structure. So strategically, it's actually always interesting to analyze games like this. And she does go for bishop d2, which is, I think the intuitive move.
Yep.
And now let's see. I mean, so basically, this isn't a big threat. Garechkina is free to develop that bishop. Let's see what she does.
So bishop e7, we say that it is okay to allow knight a5, yeah?
Yeah. There's also some move like f6, but, there is a kind of a reason to go after this knight, try to get him to go back here. Yeah, I mean, that could be. I mean, it's actually often an idea for black in these kinds of positions. But do I see her doing that? Maybe, especially if she has analyzed this,
Yeah, if she has done her work,
Yeah.
I think she would have gone f6. But if she just play everything on the board, then she might just play bishop e7. It's
Yeah.
more human.
Let me just show you. I see here there's an engine line that we're never going to see on the board. You watch this one.
Okay,
So
show me.
white gives this check.
g6?
Right, she's like, it looks completely ridiculous. Why are you just giving up a piece? Then
Yep.
the queen goes back.
And
Then
take-
after this, you start trapping this bishop or something.
Oh, wow.
We're never going to see white play queen h5. It's just not going to happen, right? Okay.
So bishop e7.
Yeah.
So Garechkina played a more human move.
Yeah. Bishop e7 is very natural. Now, now that we know that knight a5 is not so dangerous because of queen b2, white could try protecting that pawn before going knight a5. So that's actually interesting, right? Like if they go b3 to protect the pawn, now what do we do about knight a5?
Yep. Good question.
There are positions where you can lose that pawn. You still obviously have some form of compensation, but that's not like ideal. So we can go, actually, I think this is a very strong move, b3. Yeah. And after rook c8, I mean, if I can make your queen go somewhere awkward and I just have rook c1, it's actually feels kind of uncomfortable for black. Right? Unless you can push through c5.
Or
So
maybe
where would your
after-
queen need to go? Like here, right?
And rook c1, yeah?
Can we push this in? Or is there some sort of tactical problem?
There could be... What can it be?
Because this is the move we really want to do. So let's just do it. Yeah. And look at this line. So here, and we start moving the queenside pawns.
Yeah.
But how is that working after bishop takes?
No, d7 is hanging.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a nice point. You actually cannot capture this pawn. My pawn gets there. I get the outpost. And this is the line that all because black hasn't castled yet. Only because of that, this line is working.
Yep. So black has also she needs to be careful. Yeah, she wants to protect the c6, but also attacking b pawn. But
Yeah.
also she hasn't castled yet, so this is going to be a big problem if she just continues the play on the queen side.
Like Salimova really needs to find some move like that.
A
If she
quiet
finds
move, yeah.
it, a quiet move. Like if she finds it, I'm gonna feel like very optimistic, not just about her position, but about like her thinking process.
Oh, yep.
I think so. Yeah, because it's kind of a subtle move, right? And you have to withhold yourself from playing the more direct knight a5. But if you look at knight a5 and you kind of realize they can take the pawn and just castle, and like you're not trapping this queen for a lot of reasons. Well, you can never even go rook b1, but even if you could, the queen could escape. And then you realize like, okay, this is not really a big deal, and like I just have a isolated pawn that they're about to capture.
Yep.
This bishop is pretty bad. Like if you realize all of that, then you kind of know that you can't just force the issue that way. And then you start looking for ways maybe, this is an important idea. How do you push it through?
Right, yeah.
So, all right. Well, I think we're going to let Salimova think about it a little bit. Let's take a look at what's going on in FIDE versus Prague.
Oh, wow. I really like this nuance of bishop a7, bishop b8,
Yeah.
and already push all the pawns and the knight. It's very thematic, but also it's very instructive. And seeing how Praggnanandhaa is not really taking time for his opening moves,
yeah.
this is such a good prep.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's see. The position is still closed,
Very
right?
closed,
So
yeah,
nothing
yeah.
much has happened yet in this game.
And no exchanges at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
except-
no pawns, no pieces.
Except that white has gained a lot of space on the queen side, and somehow this bishop has gone, not like from this diagonal, right, but like in a very unusual way from c5 to a7 to b8 to c7, winding up here. On the other hand, black is standing quite well in the center. These two pawns are really well supported by actually like all of the minor pieces. It's funny, right? Like, look at that level of support. And what is black currently threatening? Are there ideas? I suppose like something like that could be an idea.
Yep, that could be an idea. Also, maybe playing a bit slower by playing, queen d7, rook d8, or doubling the rook on e file. And maybe also an additional idea is to prepare d4. But it's not currently happening because d4 is protected.
Interesting. Bishop d2. So was he so afraid of these d4 ideas, or what is the concept here? He wants to pressure the pawn. Maybe he's discouraging this move because then I take, but it doesn't really discourage it, right? Like I can just take with the bishop probably. So I'm just trying to understand that move because it's a bit unusual. Obviously the point is to open the rook, right? But this square is still so well guarded. So maybe it's only useful in the event that I try knight f4.
I think Fabi is trying to play d4. So maybe he's trying
And then
to prevent
pawn, like if I take pawn e5
pawn
or
e5
something.
because when the bishop is on e3, you cannot do that, and you have to take on d4, and then bishop takes g3. Yeah. So just using the tempo that the bishop is not being hit on d4.
Okay, so you think it's kind of like a subtle prophylactic move.
Yeah, let's say queen d7. Like it's a very natural move now,
Okay, bishop d2, queen d7.
and maybe d4 now.
And
I know
maybe
it looks
D4,
like
but
a bit
D4 we can
loose,
trade
yeah.
everything here. Like black is very well
know.
well positioned, to like meet moves like that.
So how to make sense of this bishop d2 then?
Yeah, because this could all wind up quite badly, especially when I throw an f5 and
Yeah.
then e4. So, making sense of bishop d2 is not so simple. I really think like maybe that one point that we saw that there's no knight f4 because of d4, but it certainly doesn't discourage black from like developing this queen. So right now, I'm liking Prague's position. I could see a position like this leading to an upset. Wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah, definitely. This is still like a 3 result position, and
Oh, Salimova played b3.
oh
Yeah, we'll come back to that, guys. But she did
Wow.
play the move that we were thinking about. It took her some time.
Yep.
But she came up with a very strong positional move, b3. I guess we can take a look at that for a second. Here it is on the board. The point of this move is to stay under the protection of the queen so that your knight can move to a5 next.
Well, from chess point of view, this b3 move is very impressive. Not only because, well, White is playing for some aggression here, but this b3 is showing that White is not in a hurry, and it also shows a very deep positional understanding. So if you're impressed as much as I am about Salimova, we can actually now quickly take a look at her tournament road, how she got into the final of Women's World Cup. It's a very impressive road, a very impressive run of Salimova.
Yeah, her last few opponents have been very well known. She had a tough and dramatic match against Polina Shuvalova, splitting 1-1 and having to win in the tie breaks. She got some luck in that match. I feel like that was probably the match where it was kind of like a make or break her tournament kind of thing, right? It really wasn't clear that she was going to go through. And then she beat Anna Muzichuk also in a super exciting tiebreak. And then she drew the classical portion against Alexandra Garyachkina, and again she finds herself in a tiebreak. So she's been playing quite a few of these tiebreaks during this event.
Yes, and her games, you know, even though there's some locks, but her game showed that she's a very capable player, and yeah, it is also showing that to be a finalist here in the Women's World Cup, she's going to be, you know, a very big name in the future, even though she's relatively a bit unknown compared to other players in the top level. But yeah, just watch out. She's going to be a big name in the future. And we also can see how Alexandra Garyachkina got into the final.
Yeah, she has not had to play too many tie breaks, just one against Harika Dronavali. That was definitely a big test for her. Harika is a very strong opponent, and she was only able to defeat her, I think, in the 10-minute portion, right? So 4.5, 3.5. And everything else has been going very smoothly. 1.5 half, you know, she gets a win and makes a solid draw.
Right.
With black.
But here in the final of the Women's World Cup, also Alexandra Garyachkina had quite a tough match yesterday because she had to defend that position where she was down 2 pawns. But unfortunately for Salimova, she couldn't finish it very well, and the game ended with a draw.
Well, we got Garyachkina playing rook c8, and actually we're expecting knight a5 by Salimova, but it's completely fine to start with rook c1 because it's the right square for the rook, and this idea isn't really stoppable. I mean, it's not like you can put your bishop there when there's like a fork like that. So Salimova's move is good, and she is putting pressure on the board against Garyachkina. The only question is it has cost her some time. So she's about 7 minutes lower on the clock, which is not nothing, but, you know, let's just say her time situation is better than it has been at other points in her matches.
Yeah, that's true. I think now we finally got to the point of understanding why after Queen b5 was not really the main line. Yeah, other games were shown that it's Queen a6 or Queen b7 immediately, because Queen b5 just gave a tempo for White to play this a4, which, by the way, I think this is another idea of White, regardless where the queen goes. But it's just giving a free tempo for White to do that.
Yeah, well, it wasn't clear, right? It's like, I mean, the square is weaker, maybe the pawns are weaker, but but in the lines that we saw where somehow, you know, we're able to get that pawn to b5 after the trade of these pawns, then yes, of course, then White's pawn advances look pretty good, right? So it's hard to predict that, though. You know, from the moment you're choosing to play Queen b5, whether that's going to be a good or bad thing for White to have the pawn in a4. So Garyachkina is thinking, and is she going to move her queen somewhere? Not a lot of choices. Or is she just going to allow, for example, this pawn to get captured?
Yeah, this is not a very easy decision to make.
I mean, you know, by the way, there's all these forks that you got to watch out for, so you can't just move your queen anywhere. And there's always compensation in these positions, right? It's not like, even when you win the pawn, it's not like it's necessarily so easy to win.
There is bishop a3, yeah? And
What
your
if I
rook
go
has to
rook
keep-
c4? Is there a knight b6 even?
Or f6.
Ah.
f6, bishop d3. Still very tricky.
F6, I think you're just beating me, right? Like, because I'm losing this knight, yeah? So actually, quite
it's not,
tricky.
yeah, it's not that simple. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would go for this line as Goriachkina in that case. Just castle, allow this knight move, and kind of let white have their choice of pawn.
Yeah, what if you take it with the rook right now and then take it back with the knight on e?
Yeah.
So rook c6, rook c6.
I mean, I think the
knight
concept is just the same. That like I have the bishop pair, you still have the isolated pawn. It's not that easy to use your pawn advantage, but yeah, I mean, you can definitely start like that, and probably I'll be playing like bishop d6 here would be my thinking. Maybe like that. Although, but then you can go b4. Can you go b4? Or maybe I have knight takes b4.
No, you definitely can go before, but then after queen d3, I think the position is pretty. Knight
Or if
takes
I
before.
take, yeah, I'm trying
yeah.
trying to see if that tactic works. I think it does, yeah. Because I basically
There's no discovery, yeah.
yeah,
with
I
the knight.
undermine your knight, and there's no good discovery here using that relationship. Yeah, no, I think Goriachkina will kind of figure out that she just needs to give up that pawn, and it's going to be a fascinating game. Let's see. So she hasn't castled yet. She's at 16 minutes, so they're getting closer on the clock as she tries to solve these problems.
Yeah, everything is very still close. And meanwhile, we can now see the info of both players.
Yeah, we can. And let's see. By the way, she has put c5 on the board. That's a move that we haven't talked about, so I'm excited to go back to that.
Yes, so this final is a battle between world number 47 against world number 3. And yeah, Goriachkina is definitely a rating favorite, and also she has a higher title, and she's also older. Yeah, so pretty much Goriachkina is a more experienced player, but Nurgul Salimova has proven to be a very tough contender as well, and it is also possible for her to be like the new Women's World Cup winner, because judging from their game yesterday, Salimova was very close to clinch the title.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, in her matches, it's not like it's obvious that she's the underdog from the games at all.
Exactly.
That's what I think makes me kind of optimistic about her chances today, because I just, you know, she's obviously the underdog in terms of rating, in terms of experience, in terms of, I don't know, past accomplishments or whatever, right? But I haven't really seen her be the underdog in the chess too much, right? That hasn't been my feeling. And yeah, yesterday she was able to really impressively outplay Goriachkina from a position where it looked Goriachkina was doing completely fine in the beginning.
Right, so...
And then she was suddenly lost. So let's see, c5 on the board.
Yes.
She attempts to solve her problems right away by advancing this pawn. And basically going into that line that we looked at, we're not surprised to see that, because it's very tempting to trade off that pawn. And it's easy to underestimate the advance of the b pawn, right? So queen a6 on the board instantly. And we actually saw this exact line.
Yep.
You know, now white needs to take and kind of find this idea, which I think is doable. I think is doable because, you know, well, she has to react very concretely now. Her pawn is hanging. She's not going to like want to let it get captured. And once you trade, then you have your 2-on-1 majority. It's kind of natural to want to push the backwards pawn anyway.
Right, yeah. Well, that c5 push would have been better if the king was already castled, yeah?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think Goriachkina's move is natural, but it happens to be like a mistake.
Yep, well, solving the problem way too early without considering the king's position, yeah. It's going to be interesting if Salimova could punish this decision or not.
Yeah, okay, she's taking. And now big choice for Goriachkina. Which way does she want to take? She can take with the bishop. We have to figure out this line because let's say bishop takes b4, but it fails pretty much to the same thing, doesn't it? I thought we could take and try to get in here, and somehow I felt like this was too dangerous for you to recapture.
Oh, it is. You can play
feel-
queen c5 even.
Yeah. It feels...
It feels already wrong.
Yeah, because you're not going to get to castle, are you? And let's just find the win, though. Okay, she took with the rook.
With the rook, yeah.
Yeah, she took with the rook. Bishop is still on e7. So now...
Here, okay, by the way, we can just finish it off by playing, let's say, knight c4. You just want to give
Yeah.
it check, and then when the king is not castled, then it can easily be attacked. So
Yeah. So she played rook takes c5, and now Salimova, she needs to find one capture and one attack. And that's going to be very important because then that pawn is getting here with tempo. And then she gets total control of that square. Her knights are going to look impressive. And, well, let's play a few moves, right? Like, let's look at bishop d6, which kind of looks normal to me.
b5.
Also, I'm stepping into the fork.
Right.
Wait, how do you even save that? Do you even save the bishop? Oh, sorry, there's not a
It's
fork.
not
It's not I was like already seeing the queen here because I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, actually, no, I'm threatening b5.
You're
to
threatening
win.
b5,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm threatening to win your bishop. You
So-
can't castle.
Yeah. But
That's
I
pretty
think-
powerful, yeah?
But I think also we can play b5 immediately, just to before bishop d6 and b5. I think that would have been like very straightforward.
Like that, and just b5, yeah? And then, I don't know,
And then-
queen c8, and
Yeah.
what?
You can play knight
All right,
c4.
she's going for it. I think we're going to see b4 on the board.
Here you can play knight ec4, and then the other knight goes to c6. I mean, this position is already like very, very pleasant for white.
Yeah, pleasant, but you don't necessarily think it's completely winning even when you see it, right? If you see this position without the engine bar, you actually can't really tell like that black is doing so badly. I think. I mean, black still has decent pieces. They're going to get to castle. They're not getting mated. They haven't lost material. Their bishop can go here. I mean, like why is this position, for example, so terrible for black? I mean, it has something to do with the extremely powerful knight, right? Like the long-term thing, but it's not like black is just getting crushed, immediately. So, I mean, yeah, Garyachkina's mistake is not, it's not an obvious one at all. I can't really blame her for looking at these positions, even if I don't know if she saw it before. I would guess that she probably maybe even missed it. But even if she saw it and sees this position, she's like, oh, okay, it looks playable. I don't have any bad pieces. I've got the bishop pair, So, yeah.
So her choice was either to suffer materially, by playing castle and then give this pawn up on c6, or suffering positionally, like what we are seeing right now. So those two are a very tough decision to make, especially when you have this is a rapid game, so you have relatively short on time compared to classical matches. Yeah, in many positions, right, you are given these options. Which of your tendency will be to suffer positionally or materially?
Well, I think, b4, Salimova will find that move. So what can we say? She has the better position. I don't think it's as bad as the eval bar is telling us. So I wouldn't put, I wouldn't estimate Garyachkina's chances as like 0 in this game by any means. So let's take a look now at FIDE versus Prague, because we have seen some changes here, some big ones. Okay, so after bishop d2, queen c8 was played, I guess he was starting to examine that square. Queen e2, bishop d6, and FIDE pushes. And okay, well, we see the point of his bishop being on d2. I think he was intending to push some more. Meanwhile, the knight came in. Queen went to f1, c5, b5. All right, so really big changes in the pawn structure taking place. And, I mean, Prague really unbalanced the position, with his move c5. And then especially, like this stuff. So what can we say? I mean, the first move that kind of comes to my mind is putting the bishop on c3.
And I think he did.
Okay. Yeah. It feels very natural to blockade that pawn and also to attack the pawn on e5. So fortunately, there's no sacrifice here yet because the queen is not trapped. The queen still has one square. It can go to e2. And I guess there's no big attack. So you can't sacrifice like that. Nor can you sacrifice the bishop. So the queen is standing pretty decently in a defensive role here. And what can black do? Black has this very interesting idea of taking this knight towards these weak squares. It's quite a nice maneuver, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also protects the e5 pawn. So knight d7, I think, is an important move for black to play.
Yeah, but after knight d7, maybe white can play knight f5 now. I think to change the knight.
Maybe we just go back. Oh, wait, if we go back, maybe, I don't know. We have to calculate, yeah? Can we go back with the bishop, or do we just lose that pawn? I guess we just lose the pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because ultimately there's no discoveries here because that rook will protect everything. So what can you do? You can take the knight, and you still have a lot of nice squares in this position, yeah? And also we can attack the bishop and try to push the pawn.
Yeah, that's a good move. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So actually that doesn't work out so easily for white. So yeah, I like knight d7 for Prague. I mean, what else can he do? We're already starting to have these ideas, yeah?
Or probably move the queen to b8.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
I don't even want to look in that direction, you know? Yeah. No. I like the queen on c8. She's doing great here. A very powerful queen.
Okay, so then the queen c5, yeah?
Queen c5, I like
active.
that.
Mm-hmm.
That looks nice. You're also attacking the pawn and defending. Yeah, so that is also quite interesting. By the way, we got more news in Salimova-Goryachkina. Let's take a look, because b4 did happen, and big choice here for black, where to move the bishop. She chose b6. Pawn continued. Only move knight a c6 and castles. Now, was this a great square for the bishop? Because at some point she's going to lose more tempos with it.
Yeah, exactly. But I think you can include bishop b4 in this position, maybe.
Because I can't take you, yeah?
And rook e8, and then, okay, the position looks very nice already.
Yeah, I mean, basically, so the advantage of white is this amazing knight. It's actually just one piece, isn't it? Like, if it wasn't for this knight, black's position looks totally fine. Like, black has a nice knight, too. Like, you know, it's very interesting that you can have such a bad position. Like, not really having bad pieces. But you know what? The bad pieces are these guys, because it's hard for them to activate because of my knights. And I have more space, right? Like, I can actually improve my queen. But how do you, like, really improve this queen? I mean, you can put her on c7. Sort of the maximum, yeah? So I think queen b3 looks nice because it lets out the rook. Maybe rook c1. Yeah, and then a5 is going to come. And that, you know, and I guess the other advantage is that your pawns are harder to move them, while my pawns are actually very easy to move. So the advantage is coming from the pawn structure and also from the beautiful outpost on c6.
Right. I think those two moves are equally pleasant for white. You just want to keep attacking, and then you have significant advantage in the queen's side, and this is where you are going to play.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think she's got good chances again. But again, the issue is the time, right? 5.5 minutes to 14 minutes, 10-second increment. I mean, will she be able to handle it? I mean, I don't know. Her play has been really good, right? And she's got basically a winning position, right? But, you know, will she have the technique, you know, when it gets down to little time?
Yep. So wow, it is looking really great for Salimova right now. Yep. Alexandra Goryachkina is once again under pressure. Queen f3.
Okay.
She chose queen f3.
Yeah, that's also quite decent. I don't see like a huge difference. I mean, I guess maybe the queen on b3 I liked more because it was a bit more supportive of the queen side play. You know, obviously in these positions you're always looking at that sort of sacrifice in the fork, but it doesn't actually win yet. So, you know, there's no reason to do it. It's just basically a trade of queens. But of course, black has to always be looking at the e7 square in these lines. And yeah, I mean, to me, this move, maybe she also doesn't want this rook to move. Maybe there's g4 ideas. But I guess there's still bishop g6, yeah?
Yeah, I think that queen on f3 is looking more solid because it's also keeping an eye on any trade on f2, for example. And also there's another addition idea. You might want to play h4 and follow up with g4, h5, you know? I think I like this move.
Yeah, it's
queen
perfect.
F3.
It's perfectly fine. Queen f3, queen b3. I mean, she's on the right track. I think rook c1 will happen next. You start making very specific threats. Maybe at some point there'll be h3, just for make sure there's no back rank issues. But it's looking pretty good. And let's take a look at Prague's move. He played the move bishop d7, which we hadn't considered. It protects the pawn, but it doesn't really do anything to get this knight into the game.
Yep. Well, it's just attacking b5 at the point, but now it's a question how to deal with this threat on b5. Do you protect it or you just push the pawn? But if you push the pawn, then Fabiano simply just ignored it.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, the engine's favorite move. It's the counterattack on this bishop.
Yeah, this is such a nice move too.
Yes. So now there's no time to take the pawn. So what do you do with this bishop? It's you can't go there because I think we also might be taking on c4. So definitely it's a bit awkward, right? But by the way, if you would have played knight d7, does that give you like more options about how to defend against rook ed1? I mean, you still basically would have to put the queen here, or maybe no. Actually, if you go back, maybe there's some tactical reasons. Oh yeah, wow, look at this tactic. It's pretty nice. You got to calculate quite well, yeah, to get your discovery. The point is that no matter how you capture the knight, you take an h3 and I get the piece back. Yeah, okay. Well, I think bishop d7 is a little awkward, and rook ed1 seems to be a good answer. Maybe he's relying on queen c5 here.
Queen c5, yeah. Let me
Or
think.
bishop c5. I mean, bishop c5, I can't take the pawn because of bishop f2.
But e5 is hanging.
Yeah, e5 is hanging.
Yeah, queen c5 is on
Queen
the board.
c5, okay. All right, so one thing that came to my mind is like, can I just put my rook here and try to go bishop b4? Actually feels kind of natural, right? Like, of course,
Rook
you can,
AB1.
yeah, you can push the pawn, but like rook ab1 is like a really reasonable question. Unless you're going to sack you might sack the queen for the rook and bishop. So like, let's say I go here, and if you, he went for it, yeah, because
he
it
went
looks
for
more
it.
natural, you know. Like, it wasn't the engine's top move, but like for a human, you know, this threat of bishop b4, just like it's hard to say no to that. And then if bishop takes b5,
You can just take
bishop
the...
b4. Oh yeah, maybe
you can just
also,
take the bishop, either one.
yeah, you can take this guy as well, and that's quite winning because you get two bishops for the rook. So rook ab1 makes a lot of sense. And now, yeah, he's got to pull the bishop back to not lose it. Feels awkward for black, right? But it's not. But it's kind of holding together.
Yep.
Well, what if I go here? Are you gonna just go back somewhere?
I think I'll just
C8?
take... I might take it, actually. But okay.
No, you're
Bishop
not gonna
f8
take it.
is...
You're not going to give up your queen. You're only giving it up because it's not your queen. Yeah, no, I think here white would be, still having some advantage. So I think queen c8 is his idea. And then you don't really want to trade because then your pawn starts to hang.
So there's no point on playing bishop before then, yeah?
Yeah, your bishop is actually very, very good on c3. But I mean, how do we defend this pawn now? Maybe now we go b6? And there's a fascinating exchange sacrifice here. Because you're getting a very good bishop and a very good pawn for the exchange. But it's not the most obvious one at all. I think, I mean, I do think Fabi might have to play a move like that because I don't see how he guards this pawn. But I guess this is his two choices, yeah? Either this or that he needs to choose from.
Right. So a move like knight f5, it doesn't really do anything for white's position here.
What are you trying to do with knight f5?
Don't know, just putting my knight on better square.
Yeah.
But
I think I guess I just
take it, yeah.
I think I get away with it, right? I mean, there could be other options as well because you're giving me a lot of, bishop f5, e4 ideas as well. But yeah,
I think just take, yeah.
yeah. There's a lot of things we can do. So yeah, Fabi goes for b6, and now, well, I mean, the question is, how easy is that to evaluate? Rook for bishop and pawn sacrifice. I am thinking that it's possible, but it's not easy. And it's also not obvious that you absolutely are forced into it.
Yeah, also there is after rook a5, you might want to play bishop b4. And after queen b5, you actually take on f8.
Well, do you think maybe now we actually would?
You have to, I think,
Would
after
sack the
bishop,
queen.
yeah, after bishop b4, I think you have to take it.
Yeah. So there's also a queen sacrifice involved that Prague would need to evaluate. It's very tricky, actually. Very tricky. And then you lose that pawn, and somehow you have to make the realization that, the rook and the bishop are worth the queen here. No, I mean, I find that very hard.
It is.
Actually, I mean, because this is where the engine might just say, oh, yeah, this is such an obvious move. But in reality, you have to evaluate all these material imbalances. Let's try to find a more like a simpler human approach for him, if he has one, because of course the pawns are quite strong. Pawns are strong, and is this a threat? Like if I don't know, let's say black goes king h8, how much of a threat is this? It is,
He played something else.
The
He played
idea.
g6.
G6, yeah, basically like my king h8, like a move that doesn't do too much, but yeah, okay, he's basically restricting the knight even more, but it's sort of a pass the turn, I think, kind of move. But yeah, I understand that. This is like computer chess, So g6 makes a lot of sense.
And now it's up to Fabiano whether he wants to play this bishop before or not. Because also g6, not only passing the turn, but I think the bishop is standing better on g7 with the prospect of also playing h5 and also to protect e5 in some cases.
Yeah. By the way, we got big changes in Salimova's game. Let's go back to that. It looks like those changes have been good for her. So after queen f3, f6, knight c4, bishop c5, bishop e3. Interesting. Very interesting move. Because the knight still cannot move to take the bishop because, wait, why can't it? That's what happened. Knight takes. Yes, now you can't take. So the bishop's under attack. She played that. Wow, she couldn't, I don't know why she didn't go there, probably because of rook c1 and knight e7 being really annoying. So she just goes here. And actually, she's quite lost here.
This is just an extra pawn for white. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, Salimova's play is really very good. It's very precise.
Well, bishop b6 is on the board. So it's inviting a5, actually.
Yeah. And then she's actually just going to lose the a7 pawn, and I think it's over. And Salimova still has plenty of time. She's got over 3 minutes for this position just to play a5. Wow. Wait, hold on. I did predict that she was going to win today, right?
Yeah,
okay, I did that.
Okay. I was just predicting the other so that it can be more intense,
Yes. So we have our little rivalry going on the predictions. All right. But... yeah, I mean, first of all, her first game, I mean, it is going to be very convincing, I think. It's just that a5, and once you win the second pawn, it starts to get, a little overwhelming, doesn't it?
Yeah. Also, you can play f5. Also, you can also not hurry this by playing anything with the rook moves, yeah? But I agree, f5 is a more direct attack, and it's clear. Like, after f5, you just take on. But I think she's a bit worried of any takes on h2, which you shouldn't, actually. You just take...
Yeah, so these pawns, okay, it's important that you got the tempo. You're about to play b6. I mean, yeah, like on this move, I mean, it just you
just
can
take it
take
now.
here and start promoting your pawns.
Yeah, I mean queen b8. Maybe she was a bit
Yeah.
worried about it, or any takes off h2.
All
But
right.
I agree. A5 is just dominating.
Yeah.
Knight a7 now,
Yeah.
and white is just
That's
winning.
crazy for Gadyashkin to just get like completely outplayed like this,
Wow.
right? Because I mean, this game was
Yes.
just like one way from the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Salimova has been dominating the game since the beginning. And no, I really like how she found the move b3. You know,
Yeah, B3 was very nice,
it
right?
shows a
Yeah.
very good position understanding. And knight takes a7 is already on the board. Bulgaria might be seeing their new women's world champion.
World
Cup
winner.
champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that yesterday on Facebook, I was reading something where like someone was already like, "We've got a new World Cup winner in Nurgul Salimova," and I was like, and people were confused because it's like the tournament's not over.
Yeah, it's still
right. But there
tiebreak.
was actually a post like that, and I was like, "Huh, maybe that's symbolic. Maybe that's predicting
symbolic,
the
yeah.
future." You know?
They're cheering for her for sure, yes.
Yeah.
But, well,
Queen
this...
B8 on the board.
So b6, yeah, you can just give this pawn
Yeah.
up h2. Yeah, b6, bishop h2, king h1, that's it. And then you can just keep pushing the pawn, put the rook on c1, for example.
Yeah, it's still a little tricky. I mean, I feel like if you're going to lose this pawn, you are just going to need to be a little bit careful.
Knight c6 maybe is a
Yeah,
better
knight
way.
c6. I mean, it's nice to get the tempo. Yeah, nice to get the tempo. Bishop h2, king h1, queen f4 is the only move.
Yeah, still got to be careful. Queen f4, and after
Yeah.
maybe just queen d4. Oh, queen d4, queen h6.
Yeah, now if you go g3, there's bishop takes g3. So, yeah, queen d4, there's queen h6. So she actually needs to spend a little time right now finding the best move. I wonder if queen f3 just does the job.
Yep.
Or there's queen c4. But then I can just move my rook. Actually, I feel like this move might be the most human.
Just to clarify everything.
Yeah, I think so. Like, this might be just my choice.
And after queen
Like,
c4,
queen c4, I was just going to move this rook somewhere.
you have to protect b5.
No, because your bishop is still hanging, so I can just sort of go anywhere, right?
I think you still have to, because after
But
bishop
then you move your
d6,
bishop,
yeah, and
yeah.
then queen h4 is there. So
Yeah. I mean, it's still like, well, a little tricky, yeah? But somehow you feel like it should be winning. All right, she went queen f3. She went with my bad human move. Like, it's not as good as the other options, but it is like...
it is very human. Yeah.
Yeah, very...
And also with only 1.5 minutes on the clock, it's normal to play such a move. I think I would also play this move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're just so tempted, by the idea of being able to block the checks on h3. So makes sense. And of course, black cannot trade the queens because white's double pawns don't matter here. So black has to keep the queens on the board. So the question is queen c4 or queen h4? Which way is her queen going?
Queen
It's
h4.
Okay.
Okay. After queen h4, queen h3 has to be played.
It does because there's a checkmate
Yep.
threat on the board with bishop g3.
So after queen h3, this queen on h4 will move somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah.
To c4.
Yeah, and then they go here. And then it's a little annoying. Because then she can maybe take on b5. So maybe she has to go rook b1.
Also, you can take on h2. King takes h2. I like this idea.
King h2.
Yeah.
Oh, me, I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared
You're
to give up
scared?
the rook. I don't know.
Yeah. It's-
I'm not sure if my pawns will promote. They're still so far away.
Right. Well, this is unnecessary,
yeah.
of course. Yeah, you just have to move the rook
Rook
now.
b1 seems okay. Now, and then, well, you might want to take the pawn if you get a chance. If they attack the rook, then they're, they can't attack it from there. If they attack it from queen c2, maybe you just have queen b3. Yeah, and then the bishop is hanging, and so is the queen.
Oh, she took my bad move.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm so sorry. This is not the
Yeah.
best move.
Okay, so she thought it was the safest, yeah, but rook
Yeah,
b1 was
rook
the
b1 is fine.
way bigger advantage. Whoa, and she's under a minute. Anything can happen now. Because queen takes f1. Well, I don't know what Garyashkin is thinking about. She's got to take the rook. She just lost the bishop. So
Maybe she's
thinking about queen here or something?
No, I don't think so.
She's just kind of shocked.
Yeah. So queen takes f1 and then queen takes f5.
F5
yeah?
probably is the point. But
Yeah.
now it's like, I mean, she's really thinking those pawns are going to queen, but who knows? Who knows?
Yep.
Like queen back to c4. I guess you're going to play a6. Of course, it looks nice. It does still look nice for white. You just never know, right? There's rook e8, checks, humming. Like, what's going on in this position?
G3, yeah.
G3, you got to, like, solidify
Yeah.
your king.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's still easier, I guess, for white to play.
Yep.
But actually, I'm going to be honest, with the amount of time that she has and the complexity on the board, I have no idea what's going to happen anymore.
No, this is not totally clear right now, but yeah, white still has some advantage, and with those 2 pawns on the side of the board, it's clearly showing that Salimova thinks that this is way
Maybe
better
even
position.
G3 right now.
G3 right away, yeah.
Because I'm thinking, like, if we go a6, isn't there queen h4 as well? Like, a little bit annoying. Because king G, I mean, if queen G h3, first of all, there's that pawn.
Just king there.
Yeah, and I was afraid of rook
You were
e8.
afraid, yeah.
I mean, like, okay, but this is hard to find.
No.
Queen b1.
Yeah,
like,
you
these
don't want to play such a
retreats-
move, yeah.
I mean, because you have to be sure there's, like, nothing happening on this square. Like, the computer says it's completely winning.
Oh
But
my
it's
gosh.
starting to really get tricky for her. Like, I'm telling you, I wouldn't be shocked if she played G3 here. It's another very human move.
And Nurgul, you have to play faster.
All right, she went A6.
Okay, A6.
A6.
Oh my gosh.
Now Gryachkina has big choices to make. She really should probably take some time here. But no, she goes for G6. It's actually a good move.
Wow.
A very good move, trying to get access to F4, trying to, like, keep the queen from blocking. Also, this pawn. Like, where does she even go? She has to go to B1 just to save the pawn. Oh,
Yes.
wow. That's the point of G6, is that this pawn is going to hang.
Queen,
Queen D7. What about queen takes B5?
this is crazy. This is starting to get really crazy. So Salimova is doing it again. Yesterday,
A7,
she
I
was
guess.
almost winning.
Yeah.
And now this is a totally winning position for her. And I think she's trying to do some self-destroy.
Well, first of all, there's already, I think, perpetual on the board.
There
With-
could
maybe
be.
with queen F4 or queen C1, there might be just perpetual check.
It looks like it.
Because you have to go to H3.
But then queen H6.
Yeah, who knows, or G5 or
Ooh,
something.
And made in
Right, so there's
Made
two
in one
moves for
coming.
Gryachkina. She can go for this, or she can try to go for queen B5 and keep the game going, actually, you know? Like A7. White is probably still doing fine, given how strong this pawn is.
Yes, and with 14 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be a very hard decision to make for Salimova.
Yeah. I mean, Gryachkina might want to take advantage of this time situation, because a queen F4, that's fine, but if she feels like her opponent has 14 seconds, maybe like gamble, queen B5.
Yeah, yep. And,
Super exciting, yeah?
It's super exciting. But also I feel a bit kind of sad because, please, yesterday she also blew her chance.
Yeah, it would be too sad.
It
to
would be too
lose
sad,
that
no.
really good game that she played. But yeah, her idea of giving up the rook was a little risky. But okay, and the time, the time just matters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If she wants to give the rook, I think by playing rook b1 first and then decides to give a rook, I think it would have been better. Like, for example,
Yeah.
there's no check coming because the
Yeah.
queen is not so close to the king. And yeah, in this position, Gryachkina has this perpetual idea, but also if she wants to keep pushing and play for a win, right? Queen takes b5 is another idea
Yeah,
as well.
so let's take a look at that, actually. So queen b5, I mean, I have various moves here, but I mean, a7 makes the most sense to me. And then what do you do?
Do you have a perpetual? No, this
you don't
queen
actually,
h5.
you don't
king
actually
g1.
have queen d1 because my queen covers that. So what's my threat? Let me just think about what is white even threatening here. I mean, do I want to just go knight b8 and try to promote my pawn?
I don't think you can do that.
Or maybe
yeah?
knight
Queen-
d8? I mean, it's interesting. Right? I mean, what do you do as black? You still have to make a move, right? And the rook is not like getting normal squares, so she can only go to a8. So it's not clear that this is so difficult for white. It's also not easy for Gryachkina to go for this line because she's basically playing without the rook. So she avoided the perpetual, and now she's sort of like looking for the perpetual.
Okay, let me play, for example, queen.
C5, or where would you like to go? You know,
Oh my gosh, I
there's a
don't
lot
know.
of
I don't even
excitement
know
on
now.
both boards. The problem is that Salimova has 14 seconds, so it's really hard to leave her.
No,
board.
no, stay on this board. Stay on this board.
Yeah, this is the World Cup finale for
Yes,
the women, you know?
exactly. This is the final in the Women's World Cup, and whoever wins, she will get the title.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, what an excitement. And Gerchikina has spent more than 3 minutes for this move. So this is a big decision to make, whether she's going to go just for the perpetual checks or
Yeah.
she's going to go for win.
She's going for the perpetual.
She's going to go for the perpetual.
Oh, wow. So she wants to give us a chance to see the Caruana Prague game. Yeah, this game is going to end in a draw, which in a way I think is it's a more fair result than Goriachkina winning.
Yep. So we'll come back to Fabiano's game after this one, because looking at the time situation, Salimova has to play faster now.
Yeah, well, she's
Only
just going to
30
go King
seconds
G1.
left on the clock.
She's not going to gamble with King H3. King H3 is just insane. Just don't even do it.
Yep,
Yeah.
I don't think so as well.
I mean, there's still perpetual, but there's just no point. Okay.
Oh, and they agreed for a draw.
Nice.
What a game! What a game!
All right, we're now on Caruana versus Prague. Let's see what's going on in the end game here. Does White have some kind of an advantage due to their advanced pawns over here and constant possibility in the end game of some kind of a breakthrough?
Right, I'm still recovering from
Yeah,
Salimova's game.
we can recover afterwards.
Yeah. I'm still in a shock, how that game
Yeah.
has been another roller coaster game. Okay, let's focus on this one. Fabiano versus Pragnananda.
Is this knight is trapped?
That
This
looks like a
knight-
trap.
Okay, he decided to go King E1 to really trap the knight.
Wow.
Because now this is a big threat. And so now Prague has to figure out a way to get his knight out of trouble. And it could get kind of crazy. But I mean, let's see, what's the normal move? The normal move is something like that. And then trying to get it out from here. But then also at some point, you might just lose this pawn.
So maybe this is the immediate threat by
Mm-hmm.
Fabiano. If he took the knight to e5 right away, there is rook d2. So king e1 is to prevent this rook
Yeah.
d2. So
And also getting out of this diagonal, right, where the
Yep.
bishop is. Yeah, King E1 is very understandable.
So at this point, they will be playing quite like human moves, because they have to be practical. They don't have enough time on the clock, so they just have to play according to their opponent's idea. It's the easiest
There's
way to
crazy move F5, and maybe Prague needs to find it. After pawn takes like E4 and kick the knight to the side of the board. He really needs to find that move, but he went for the human move.
Bishop a6, and
Yeah,
now
knight takes E5.
and now Fabiano is increasing his advantage.
And
Rook
what
e8.
Rook E8. Okay,
So now,
we're after Rook E8. Let's see what happens.
right. So Fabiano is still thinking, and probably f4 is another idea, but you can just move the knight, right? But if the knight moves, there is f6 and e4 is hanging, so big decision. Or you can also play king d2, knight e4, bishop e4, and he played it. So knight e4, bishop e4, rook e5.
He played King D2.
Yes, he did. And now bishop has to move somewhere, yeah? And after all the takes, yep. And I don't see f3. Maybe bishop f3 is a better move. Bishop f3, king c3, something like that.
So this
and,
works out okay for Prague.
and he did it. Bishop f3 is on the board.
It looks okay. I mean, of course, it still feels kind of easier for White to play. White's going to put the king on c3, and this bishop on a6 is trapped. But on the other hand, the bishop is kind of defending all the pawns, and the rook is active enough to be attacking a5. So it looks like the game is still balanced.
It is, but I think Fabi has another advantage. The king is already very active. So maybe he will pin his hopes on the king, the activity of the king. But yeah, it's not so easy how to deal with this position now. But yeah, with only about 30 seconds or 40 seconds left on the clock for each player, this is going to be just very interesting.
So I guess we think it's easier for White to be playing, yeah?
Yes, because black has just to defend all the time.
Yeah, because this bishop is very passive, and the pawns are definitely potentially very dangerous.
So rook b3, king normally goes to c2, but I think Fabi is thinking to put the king forward to d4, and he did.
Yeah, and now if you keep checking him, he just kind of goes up, and you have to be careful that he doesn't get to c7 attacking that pawn. On the other hand, I mean, rook d3, king c5, I don't know, c3, it's, there's bishop e2, and I just I guess I'm going to promote my B pawn.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a very nice find.
Yeah.
And Pragnana has to be careful not to be very over ambitious about
King
the move on
F6.
C4. King
Yeah,
F6.
Good try.
Very good approach. Very thematic approach as well. Bring your king in the end game.
He only had 7 seconds when he made that move.
My gosh, 7 seconds. Okay, so each player has 10 seconds increment every move, but it's not enough. It's not enough. This position, this endgame is not an easy endgame for both sides.
Yeah. Oh, he went C3.
C3
So
immediately.
He's not keeping the king out. And can we go king D6, C2, and maybe rook C1?
That is possible. Yeah, you just have to give up the A
Or
pawn.
maybe
Yeah?
bishop E4. Yeah, like maybe king D6, C2, and then you have your choice. And
Yes.
he's going for it. All right. So king D6 on the board. So Prague's gonna push because of what else? What else?
I
can
know,
he do?
I know. After C2, bishop E4 is wrong. It's because bishop D3
Yeah,
is a
bishop
check.
D3
yeah.
is a check, and then you get
So
your rook to
gotta
D1.
be careful. Do not play bishop
Yeah,
E4.
this is a losing move.
Yes.
And this is a winning move, guys.
Rook
Okay,
C1.
he
Rook
made the winning
C1.
move.
He made the winning move. Yes, and now the king is gonna go to B7. This is going to be bad news for Pragnananda, unfortunately.
How about rook C3 though, and then maybe bishop E4? Yeah. Oh, he goes bishop D3.
Bishop D3 is on the board.
Yeah,
trying to
stopping
play.
bishop E4.
Yes.
And now, now White's got to sack a rook to win, which is not so easy because, well, rook B1 is a threat. It even looks like maybe Black could be winning. But somehow bishop takes B7, rook B1, rook C2, and then we're winning down a rook.
And how do you win that? King C7.
Yeah, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, is Fabi going to go for it? He goes for it.
He goes for it.
All right,
15
now-
seconds left on the clock.
After
So-
rook B1, I mean,
No, rook
Prague
B1 has to be
do it.
played. Rook
Yeah.
B1 has to be played. Yes, and
He sacked the rook, and now king C7.
yes, so one rook down for Fabiano, but he has this compensation with 2 connected pass pawns on A and B.
Incredible, incredible. But he goes bishop F3.
Bishop F3, trying to give a space for the pawn on B7 later, and maybe King C7 is going to happen on the board because
bishop D3. Good try to maybe stop A6.
yeah, I like it. Yeah, Bishop D3 I think is the best move in this position. But again, Pragnananda is down to 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Okay, don't lose on time, Prague. Come on, play your move.
Bishop D3.
3 seconds.
Bishop D3.
2
Let's
seconds.
go.
Oh my
B7.
gosh.
Okay, well, I think White's idea is very simple. King C7, promote the pawn, block the check, maybe like that. Hard for Prague to make a move. Bishop A6, King C7. Yeah, it is winning for Caruana with his brilliant rook sacrifice.
What a decision by Caruana.
Yeah, that
because
pawn is going to promote. I mean,
Bishop
rook
C6,
C1,
yeah?
bishop C6 looks good.
Bishop C6.
And I mean,
yeah.
the A pawn is still going to promote even when Prague gives away the bishop.
Yep.
That's a nice, nice outplaying in the time trouble by Fabi.
No, it was a very good practical decision.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy, but again, when you are required to play a move in such a position, you just sort of sacrifice anyway.
Yeah.
Bishop C6 is on the board, and now I don't see a way for Pragnananda to save this position.
Yeah, because the problem is, after bishop B7, king
takes,
D7,
and then you just play ace. So this is his idea.
he's going to try to take as many pawns as he can.
Yeah.
Or what? He can't take too many, though. He can only take
G2
one.
is protected, so I think Fabiano
Yeah.
can safely play a6 at this point. But
Yeah.
then,
But he doesn't
F4.
even want to. Yeah, he doesn't even want to do
He doesn't
that.
want to give it.
Ooh,
What
this
is going
was not
on?
a good idea.
What is going
This
on?
was not a good
because
idea.
the
All right.
king comes in.
Maybe, because there was some
Ah.
sort of check. All right, king F5 is also good. Yeah, he should have just pushed the pawn. Wow.
What a turnaround.
Wow.
He could have just pushed a6 and win the game, but now
Yeah.
f4 gives some hope for Pragnananda.
Yeah, because he can win this pawn, or I mean, I don't know. Can White try G3? G3, then he continues attacking these pawns.
Right. So a6 is on the board. So I think you can just take on f4.
Yeah.
Because there's some checks. I agree. Yeah. Okay, but this is not easy. 17 seconds left on the clock, and Pragnananda has to decide very soon.
Yeah, I think he can just take an F4. Okay,
Check.
He
He gave a check first. So after king c1 and rook goes back to a2. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe give the, king C7 and then rook A2.
Yes. Trying to stop the
Yeah,
pawn,
and then eventually he'll take on F4.
exactly.
So king B6.
King b6 takes, and then a7, and
And then somehow hope that you
Yeah,
can trade
all
off
the
enough
traits,
pawns.
yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
And that
wow.
F4 move was so bad for White. Yeah.
Yeah, it was unnecessary.
Yeah.
But again, it was very hard to get a call that it was a mistake.
Bishop d5. Okay. Wow. So now you want to take a really important pawn. What do we do? Do we just go rook a1? I mean, I think that's probably the human move, rook a1.
Yep. Oh,
But
he
this
took.
is also really interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
This is also playable. That's right. Maybe even an easier way to make a draw. Wow. And then if you take, it's kind of an obvious draw.
Yep.
And if you don't take, like king b5, f5, I don't know, king c4, g5, king d4. I mean,
It's too far. The king is too
Yeah.
far, yeah? And Pragnananda can use all the tempi for the
you know,
pawns.
maybe what he does is he goes with the G pawn. He
Yep.
forces that
He has to
trade
force,
like
yeah.
this, and then
And then
forces the
H
Yes,
pawn,
that's
yes.
what he does.
Yes.
That's the right way to do it. Yeah.
Wow, look at that. What a turnaround. This f4 move.
F5 is okay here. F5, G5, G4.
Yep.
That's it. As long as you don't push the pawn to F4.
I'm so pumped.
Oh yeah, you're
I'm
happy
so
to
pumped. Oh
see
my
his save.
gosh.
Incredible
This is-
save. Yeah.
No, these two matches, oh man.
They are good. Yeah.
They are good. They are good.
And Fabi knows that he's blown it. So now G4 and then forcing the trade of those pawns.
Yes, G4, I like this G4.
Yeah, White's king did not make it fast enough. Okay.
So takes, I think they will agree for draw
and you
soon.
know,
Yeah.
this game goes again in the same scenario that we've seen all their games.
Yep.
Fabiano getting good positions, outplaying him, even with this brilliant rook sacrifice, and it's still ending in a draw because Prague is so resourceful.
Right. And there you go. This game ended with another draw, but look at all the matches that we currently have today. Just the first game, and I already get my heart rate to the ceiling.
Yeah, that's right.
It's so amazing to see the fighting spirit of these players. Even though they already played so many games prior to this semifinal and final, but the quality of the games in the tiebreak is just so good. Okay, there's some mistakes due to the time travel, but look at all the games, like the sacrifice that Fabiano did in the end game. It was just amazing.
Let's try to figure out
Okay.
why his move F4 was losing and what was the right way to win.
Let's do
right?
it. Mm-hmm.
So rook c1, bishop d3, it was really quite clever move because if you protect the pawn like that, then I think you lose in a prosaic way. I just go bishop e4 and collect this pawn, right? So he did what he could. Now we can take on b7. You're forced to sacrifice the rook, right? And so Fabi had to basically put his faith in those two pawns. I mean, it's not that easy, right? Like when you're down a whole rook to be
Right.
like confident that you're winning down a rook, but his judgment was right.
Bishop f3.
Yeah, that his bishop and king and pawns were going to make it through. So the key position was here. Here, I mean, we were thinking it was just quite hopeless.
Yeah, just play
But
a6.
F4 just basically was helping that pawn get eaten by the king. So now let's see what happens on a6. So let's say you go here. Obviously, we
take the pawn.
we push, and rook a2. Now, do we win with a8?
I think you can give a bishop d5 first so that the
Yeah.
king doesn't leave this f6 very easily. Bishop d5, rook has to go somewhere or take on a7, and king takes a7, and you currently are ahead.
Well,
to
this is a very
tempi.
clever intermediate move because, so yeah, the point of this move is like if I give you a check, I actually am not returning here. So you just eventually get out of checks and promote, right? Like I don't even get to sack my rook. And so your point is win the tempo, then promote, and then because this king cannot leave, we win.
Yes, and we are reading a few tempi, and then you use the tempi to use the king to go to the game.
But what if
Yep.
you're in a severe time trouble
And then
you
just
can't
promote,
calculate
yeah?
and you just promote because you don't see the subtlety?
Let's take a look.
Does this still win for white or not? And
It is.
It does seem to be winning, but we
Yep.
have to let's be a little careful here.
Bishop e8. There is
So,
this idea.
There's that idea. So basically, you're saying I can't even go here because always you're tying me down to the pawns. Yeah, like if I
Yep.
go f6
And king b7, and now the king is, you need to spend a few
Yeah.
tempi for these pawns, and then king c6, and then you're on time, yeah. Compared to what we saw in the game when the king is a bit too far.
Yeah, let's do this accurately.
I think king d6, so
King
that you have
d6
bishop
and-
c6, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and wait.
Ooh.
Oh, G4, we found some way for
G4.
black to draw, and how this is a draw because this is unstoppable somehow. Yeah,
There
same
could be
idea.
a king
same
G phrase
idea. Hold on. So we have to be kind of precise until the end. Ah, okay.
King E7 takes and then bishop D7.
Yeah, like something like that. And they take, and we attack, and we win this pawn. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And H5. Let's do
H5.
Let's try it.
And I get
takes.
I get to save my pawn on time.
And
Yeah,
G4 and
yeah.
H4, and then king on G5
Wow.
saves it.
But I mean, okay,
Wow.
first of all, there's no way that Caruana could calculate any
No,
of this.
neither of them could.
Yeah,
in
this
such
was
a time
just,
trouble.
just intuition. So it was like, basically, intuitively, he should have just went for A6.
Yep.
It's not based on any calculation at all.
Yep.
Just try to promote the pawn, give up F2. I mean, it's true, though, that like somehow F4 doesn't really look intuitive, right? Because you feel like, why are you moving the pawn closer to the king, right? So, no, I mean, I think just based on that, but I could see how Fabi, like, wasn't immediately like sure about how to evaluate this either. I don't think that, but I mean, yeah, you do have like I think some leeway here in how to win as white.
Right, yes. So this F4 proven to be very expensive for Fabiano and costing him the draw. So, wow, I need time now to recover from all of this drama, both in the in both matches between Salimova versus Gorchkina and Caruana versus Pragnananda. Yes, so they are taking a break, and I think we also have to take our first break.
Yeah.
But we will be back after a few minutes.
See.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone. And soon we will start the second game of the tiebreak in the semifinal of open section and the final of the women's section. Everything is at stakes right now, and we see the excitement on the first games on both matches. It's just too dramatic and so epic. So we will be expecting a lots of drama coming up soon, and especially the second game, whether or not they will continue to the second tiebreak. And we see a London system on the board. Irina.
All right, London system by Prague. Well, we haven't really seen him try that in this tournament so far. But he is following Salimova in her first game. She tried the London. It worked out very nicely for her. And Caruana is playing the symmetric system with bishop f5 that actually Magnus was using against Abasov yesterday. Prague quickly plays the move bishop d3, which is a little bit different from how that game went, because I know that Abasov did not offer up that bishop trade early at all. He was kind of trying to play against this bishop. So this game is going in a different direction, and Fabi needs to figure out how he's responding to the trade. He goes back to g6. White continues developing, knight f3.
Knight f3. So far so good still.
Yeah, probably e6 now.
And
c5
yep.
would be the standard moves. Yeah, maybe he'll even play bishop d6 as well.
Yep. I just hope that both Fabiano and Nurgül, they don't get too upset about all the missed chances on the first game, because it might cost them everything on the second game. So just play normal chess as if nothing happened, but just keep playing solidly. So
there's not a lot of time for them to
recover,
to recover, or even to dwell on it, right? Because it's sort of like it just finished, especially for Fabi. I mean, he got like a very small break because his game went later. Like it must have been just a few minutes to figure out that he was actually winning. So I don't know how upset he would be. I think you got to be quick on your feet in terms of the recovery.
Right. Yeah. I couldn't imagine being in the position of the players right now. I must be very nervous, very shaky. But these players are very experienced. So, yeah. No, I'm still not recovered from just what happened.
Yeah. Both games actually went to the limit in terms of their being exciting, right?
Right.
I feel, even though Garyachkina Salimova ended in a draw, maybe it could have been a bit more exciting, right? Like it could have been even crazier than it was. But still, at least the result was kind of more or less fair. It was basically Salimova played the game better, but Garyachkina managed the time better. And so a draw was pretty fair from that point of view.
Right, yes. So while we are on the subject, can we quickly see what's happening on their opening?
All right, so in Garyachkina Salimova, we actually have a Catalan. So e6, and Garyachkina going for the Catalan, which she hasn't played yet against her. Here we go. So dc, queen c2, and b5. Yeah, this is how they try to equalize, and there's quite a bit of theory on this. a4, bishop b7, takes a6, knight c3, and I think for some reason I'm thinking there's possible bishops of opposite color endgame that comes up out of this. So yeah, lots of good players have this in their repertoire for black. And a takes b5 is the main move, so we can look at some of the theory here. Rook takes a8, like everything gets traded. Knight takes b5. All right, and then bishop d5. Let's say, well, now white has a bunch of moves. So what's going on in this position? The pawns are still even, right? But white has the better pawn structure. So I think they're going into this line.
Yeah, I think they're going to.
Now knight takes b5, bishop d5, protecting the pawn. And we're going to see Garyachkina making that first decision. Bishop f4 is the most popular.
Also knight c3.
And then c5 is played. So yeah, black actually just wants to trade. It could get a bit dry, I would say, seeing this opening. Bishop d5, and so Garyachkina is the one thinking, yeah? No, it's actually, I think it's still Salimova.
Oh, it's still Salimova.
Yeah.
Yes, so Salimova is Yeah, I mean, bishop d5 is very natural. Maybe she's thinking to also gambit this pawn by playing
C5.
bishop e4, maybe.
Bishop
C5 is
D5
also
played
interesting.
89% of the time. So yeah, it's got a high rate there, I guess, for a good reason, because you want to just hold on to the pawn for as long as possible. And okay, well, let's just take a look at the board and try to see what's going on. We've made like 12 moves of this theory. I guess knight c3 makes sense, right? Because we're trying to go maybe e4. So knight c3 is another move that can be played in this position. And that's when this happens. We get more trades. So bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f3 and queen takes d4. Wow. Things are coming off the board at a fast rate. Yeah, bishop e3, for example. And what can we say about this position? It's not the most exciting, right? I don't know. Black has the extra pawn. White's got the bishop pair. Things kind of get liquidated. Most likely some kind of a draw results. I mean, yeah, I mean, okay. Salimova going for this b5 line. It is really very solid.
Yep.
For Black. So she continues to be well prepared. I haven't really seen her get any bad positions out of the opening.
No, yeah. So she's been having a very good preparation, both in the classical and rapid matches. So, but here it's quite a crossroad. Yeah, which approach that Salimova will take. Bishop d5 is genuinely natural, but
it's interesting that she's still thinking here.
I think I know why. Because in this position it's more common. After this, it's more common to take on a6. Like this, and then rook takes, and then you actually take with the knight like this, and then after this, and this is going to be like another.
Oh, that's another
this
popular line.
This is actually more popular, I guess. So maybe she was only prepared for this line compared to what we are seeing on the board.
Well, if this game kind of goes the way it looks like it's going, we are going to go to the 10-minute portion.
Wow. Actually,
Yeah.
I don't mind. Keep
Yeah.
it going. Keep it going.
You like the show?
I like
Okay.
the show so far.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, it does feel like we're just seeing like a quieter opening. That's why I'm already thinking about the 10-minute portion. But yeah, defending the pawn should not be like something that takes her a ton of time, but she has a lot of time that she can spend here. And that she actually decides
C5.
to go for c5.
Very energetic move.
Yeah, and look at that. Very not popular in this position. Hasn't really been played by any top players.
Wow.
So she might be confusing something here. But at the same time, now that I look at it, I mean, it makes sense. She's not even, c5 makes sense. I mean, you might be down a pawn at the end of all of this, right? So queen c4. And why exactly did she give up the pawn?
Okay, I think for the activity, because again, she was already prepared to gambit her pawn in this line. So probably bishop d5, and then, I mean, this is maybe like a transposition to the line that I showed before. The only difference is the position of the knight.
Yeah.
The knight is already on b5 right now. So probably bishop d5 is a very natural move.
Yep, that's a good move. And I guess it's hard for white to really make use of that extra pawn, right? Because it's just it comes under attack. It's hard to advance it. Black is very solid. But okay, yeah, it's a bit of a surprise there. I mean, what choices does Garechkina have? I don't think she has many choices. She's just got to take this pawn, yeah? She can also take on c5 and then try to take the pawn. But I don't really see why she would throw that in, right, this move. But she can, like something like that. And we could be playing this kind of technical position for a while. All right, let's take a look at what is going on in Prague versus FIDE. So the bishop has moved from d3 to c4. After bishop d6, bishop g3, so they both moved their bishops back like that. FIDE captured. Starting to resemble like Magnus's game a little bit from yesterday. knight d7 and castles. So, yeah, trade on g3, very
on
natural. And now Fabi has various options.
Queen e7, yeah, c5.
Yeah, which plan do you go for? Do you go for this or do you go for this? I think you go for this. And the reason is, like, this bishop is closed up by the pawns, so why take a plan that actually opens him up?
But I think Queen e7 is quite flexible because you're not necessarily playing e5 afterwards. You can put the rook on d8 and then prepare for c5. So that's also another idea. Also, one more alternative is knight e4. If Fabi just wants to clarify the position and not to deal with the so he already played c5.
Yep, he put it on the board.
It's very thematic.
It's starting to look like a queen's gambit accepted, but with this bishop, instead of like being on c8 or b7, it's on g6, which is pretty decent.
Yep.
And you haven't really been able to close him up with a pawn. So looks very solid.
Very solid for black, and also the trade of the dark square bishop I think is also in black's favor, slightly. So this c5, I like this idea. Yeah, it's very direct. You just play rook c8, for example, queen b6. Yeah, maybe that's a square for the queen. Also, knight can go to b6 and d5 later on. So yeah, still very solid.
Yeah, I mean, judging by this opening, and I don't really see a lot of fireworks happening in this game. You know, it's funny, their first game, there was a lot of maneuvering before the fireworks started happening at like on the seconds, right? Here, it's kind of, it's already kind of more opened up. They still have a lot of time. It's a very standard position. So I actually think we have less chances of fireworks, you know, because they have a lot more time to navigate this while the game is open and there's going to be piece trades, right? So my prediction is that this, like, I think we're going to get a very quiet round, you know, after that amazing explosive first game.
No, to be honest, it's going to be very hard to match the firework on the first game.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard. You know,
Yeah.
they have to do something special, and both of them have to do something special, not only one side. So I don't think we will see the same amount of firework or explosion like the first game, but I think this game, to be honest, yeah, it's going to be like a peaceful game, and probably they just are getting ready to go to the second rapid tie break.
Yeah, so I mean, rook c8 I see happening, queen e7. I don't think you want to put the queen out there because there could be a knight a4. Yeah, there's no reason for that. Rook c8 is good. Obviously,
c8.
Prague is bringing back the bishop because in the case of a trade, he doesn't want the bishop to hang to knight e5 or rook c8, and then maybe he wants to put it here. But yeah, I mean, I think rook c8 is the most obvious move.
Queen e7.
Queen e7 on the board. Okay, that's perfectly fine. So he's going to be going still like that. And what does white want? I mean, do we want to go here? I doubt it. I mean, we can even just take. Right, I very much doubt that this move, I mean, there's rook d8 as well, and even that trade is not particularly special for white. So, yeah, the level of excitement goes down. I guess it has to. It just couldn't stay at that level, yeah? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, my heart could use a break.
Yeah.
It's pumping really fast before.
And meanwhile, we see Gerechkina. She does take on c5. And, well, we're expecting bishop c5 by Salimova, but she does something else. She surprises us, okay, with knight a6. So she wants to recapture with the knight.
Well, also maybe knight goes to b4. Maybe she's trying to do the same approach like what she knows on the other main line. So
okay. Obviously, I mean, only one person is really going to get chances to win in this game, right? Gerechkina cannot be too unhappy about how this is going. So let's say we look at queen c4.
I like bishop d5.
Bishop d5. All right. So where am I going to go? If I go to a4, I give you a tempo.
Yep.
So I probably need to go somewhere else. Maybe queen c2.
Queen c2, now I have my knight b4, yeah?
Well, then I go queen c3, and then what do you want to do?
For example, I can play knight a2.
Right, but you haven't actually recaptured any pawns
Yep.
yet, so
I have-
you may never recapture them. Now
Right.
there's two of them.
There's two of them now. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's the Goryachkina's turn to have a 2-pawn advantage.
So probably queen b8.
Yeah, okay, but I think something just happened. And did Goryachkina take the pawn? She did. And so now we're going to see. Are we going to see knight c5 or bishop d5? She goes for your move. Okay. So we were looking at that.
Mm-hmm.
There are some other moves.
Also after queen c2, it's perfectly fine just to
Go
take
bishop
this
e4
c5.
maybe, or just play knight c5. Yeah.
Knight c5 is perfectly fine.
That I would expect, yeah.
Also, at some point, you can throw in some queen a5 idea first, and then put the rook on c8. So that's also another idea instead of taking on c5 immediately.
Let's say I go bishop e3, just like most obvious things that come to my mind. It's not too fun for Salimova to play this position. I mean, it's not really fun to get like a 2-result game, right? So I'm not so excited for her. And I feel like if she loses a game like this, that would be such a bad way to end the tournament.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this type of position is being played by many good players as well. They just gambited this pawn in
Yeah.
order to get more activity. So, if Goryachkina keeps playing very solid chess and very precise, then of course it's going to be a bad news for Salimova. But the idea of this gambit is to get this activity, and maybe the pawn will be taken back soon, and and black still has this activity for the whole game. So
Yeah, maybe bishop e4. Maybe you have to like keep targeting this queen, right?
yep, and then the queen will go to
Queen b6 somewhere, like knight b3. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, it's still actually very hard to use the pawn, right? So she's got quite a lot of room for error here, and she actually goes for bishop e4. Here we go. Oh, but is bishop e3 on the board? No,
without knight c5.
Oh, knight c5. She hasn't even taken the pawn. Okay, that's fine. You can do that since you can always take the pawn back. Let's see. What does white do now? She could go queen c3. She could offer up a queen trade.
This is interesting because I remember Nijat's interview after he defeated Anish Giri, and he said playing against such a strong grandmaster like Anish, it's just going to be more beneficial for me if the tiebreak goes to a shorter and even shorter time control. So probably Salimova is using the same approach. And, if queen c4 is on the board, I don't think she'll be hesitant to repeat the moves.
Oh, yeah. But Goryachkina is definitely not playing.
Yeah, so
the repetition, yeah.
Exactly. But this is already in her mind. Like, she's not really fighting for a win. A draw is good enough. And then when they're going to the 10-minute rapid tie break and playing maybe the first game with white pieces, and she will try again. So this could be another strategy.
Queen d1. Queen d1 by Goryachkina. The only thing is, in general, like, I don't think it's the best idea to go for these technical endgames against Goryachkina. I mean, again, and that maybe not against anyone, but certainly not against her, because I think she kind of will enjoy this playing with the extra pawn. Like, let's say, let's say, I don't know, do you take back or do you trade? I mean, trading just helps me develop my rook, right?
Yep. And I think
So you probably take.
Well, there's also queen a5, but I was about to say that knight d6 might be the idea.
Yeah, because if you haven't even taken the pawn, then knight d6 will be annoying. So like if you go here and I get to go. Okay, so she finally takes the pawn back with bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Okay.
So preserving b4 for the knight, yeah?
And now we can't develop so easily. So how do we get the bishop out? She wants to go queen b6 next, that's obvious.
So do you take on d8 and play bishop g5, or do you keep the queens like this?
Yeah, that's one interesting idea. But then there's rook b8. So you cannot really, trading maybe helps them, at least, especially if you go here and then,
Yep, rook b8.
They start lining up their rook.
So
She traded.
yep, so queens are off the board already. And now
Knight c3, I think.
Knight
yeah.
c3, yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Okay. So she definitely wants to get the bishop pair. Knight c3 makes sense. Oops, that's my own invention. So the bishop is probably going to have to move. So let's move him somewhere. Where are we going to go? b7. And, maybe like just rook d1, Just like that. Yeah, this is like, I would really just not want to be black here. And I feel like if I go for this position intentionally, and then I lose it, and that's how my World Cup ends, like it's the worst possible way because I never even had a chance to win. Right, that's the problem.
I see.
So you can't go in for positions where I don't know, like just 2 results. And what if you don't get the result? It's just a very depressing way to end your journey. At least you play a 3 result game. If you lose, you lose. You feel better about that. So no, I'm not so like thrilled by what I'm seeing for Salimova. And like I said, Garyachkina is probably like, what a gift. I just have an extra pawn from the opening, and it's like, okay, I can play this position for 100 moves, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, she's known as a technical player. We've seen how many end games she's been playing in this tournament. She doesn't mind this kind of stuff,
Well, yes, definitely. Gorchikina is a more experienced player, and she's known for her very well understanding for technical chess.
Yep.
So, but we'll see. Salimova is also proven to be a very good defender, and Gorchikina has to work hard to prove that the extra pawn is going to benefit her position or not.
Yeah. I mean, you see how she jumped on that queen trade. She was like, no, I don't want the queens on the board anymore. And knight c3, of course, very solid move. And okay, just some kind of, I don't know, choices for black. Maybe bishop c2.
I was
to not
thinking
let
bishop
rook
c2
d1.
and put the bishop on b3 and then stopping this pawn. This could be an approach. But then there is knight e1. And if you play bishop b3, knight d3. So this is a big decision for Salimova where to put the bishop, which diagonal that this bishop will control.
Yeah, is there any other move that we can like finally move our bishop, or you're just playing rook b8 pretty much on anything I do? Like if I try bishop like f4, right? Let's try it. Sometimes you'll have knight g4, by the way, but I feel like I can try it.
Bishop c6.
Okay, so she went for the more standard move. By the way, there's also knight e5 that can be thought about here. Because, Garyachkina will be like, wow, that's another piece trade. Maybe let's trade some more. Well, she has 2 nice ones, yeah? She can go for either of these. Which one will she go for? I'm sure it's going to be one of those 2.
I think knight e5. Knight e5 is looking more solid. And also putting the knight on d3, just, it's like a barricade to the white's position. It's just looking nice.
I can't tell. Like, I feel like either of them are possible. Would not surprise me either way. But, yeah. I think we don't normally want to just gift our opponents pawns. And I think, the queen trade probably helps white as well. I think black, normally trying to play those positions with the queens on the board.
With the queens on the board, exactly, yeah.
All right. Well, guys, as we're in 2 quite solid positions, let's go on and see Prague versus Fabi. Let's take a look at the last few moves after queen e7, queen b3, cd, okay, knight c5. The queen found a home on a3. Pinning the knight, rook fe8, rook fd1, a6, and rook ac1, rook ad8, and knight f3. Okay, so, wow, really jumping out of my seat with excitement when I see this position. Yeah.
Right, and I think I would like to pull the tournament road for each player because this could be,
It's a good moment. She played rook d1. By
she
the
played
way,
rook d1. Okay, yeah. So let's take a look at how Pragnananda got into the semifinal.
All right, Prague took down one of the most famous chess players in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, by out preparing him, or I don't know even know if he out prepared him, but Hikaru kind of tricked himself misremembered something in the opening, lost with the white pieces, and wasn't able to make a comeback. Prague actually played e4 for that second tie-break game. Prague is very versatile in the openings, and he has played e4 on a couple of occasions here, although he's also like very heavily favors, I think, c4, d4.
Yep. Also knight f3. Yeah. Going for the red 2 opening. Yes, and we see on the screen Pragnananda's past opponents. So he defeated Maxime Lagarde, David Navarra, and the big fish like Hikaru Nakamura and Ferenc Barkesh, and the last one was Arjun Erigaisi.
Big fish. But Hikaru might prefer to be called the
Big Lion.
Yeah, you saw that interview too.
Of course, yes. So yeah, he's preferred to be called a lion. That's true. And we can also now take a look at Fabiano Caruana's tournament road. So Fabiano had quite a tough match against Mustafa Yilmaz, but after that, he defeated all of his opponents without any tiebreak against Roy Robson, Jan-Christophe Duda, and Linier Dominguez.
Yeah, the scariest moment for him was 1 point in his match with Mustafa Yilmaz. I think it was their second game. Right, where he was losing for like a moment there. And it was actually his opponent had a beautiful win, but he didn't find it. And then he won the tiebreak quite easily.
Yep, 2-0 on the tiebreak.
Yeah. So I would say Fabiano's road has been fairly smooth. I mean, because no one goes through a tournament like without ever going through any trouble. And I think that moment against Mustafa, like, sure, he was in trouble. I guess he took some risks as well in that game trying to win. But the win was not that obvious. It really wasn't. It was like, it's like it's kind of a brilliancy, I think, to find it.
Right. But also for Yilmaz, he didn't necessarily need to find the brilliancy because his position was just much better. He could have just played some normal move and maintained the advantage. But instead of doing that, he just made a blunder. And in the finishing position, it was actually Caruana who had like a plus position. But maybe he just thinking like, okay,
that's
I'm
right.
done
I
with
remember that. That's right. Fabiano actually took the draw when the computer was saying that he was
better
winning or something. Right. Yeah. But it was complicated.
It was complicated. It was not obvious at all. And now he is on the semifinal trying to be the better player versus Pragnananda. And the winner of this match will be facing Magnus Carlsen in the final.
Yeah. And well, so far, all their games go the same way, right? Like we've said, 3 games that they've played, Fabi and Prague. Fabi has had the advantage everywhere, but is just not able to get a point against this amazingly resourceful defender that Prague is. And right now on the board, we see Fabi playing kind of a weird king move into the center. Well, obviously, we can understand it. He wants to be able to capture with the king for the end game. And in case of a trade on d8, he wants his queen to be protected. He doesn't want there to be a pin. Totally get it. At the same time, it looks, just a little bit strange. But, White's position does look a little bit more harmonious. Is he really going to be able to make anything of it? Still, it's too early to tell.
Yep. It's still quite a very balanced position. Yeah, King F8 is a bit unusual to play. The momentum is a bit unusual. But it's definitely making sense that you just want to bring the king to the center with the potential of endgame in the fast rate, like lots of pieces going to be traded soon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is also a sign, with a stronger chess player, they don't want to leave their pieces unattended. So they want to keep protecting everything, especially with the shorter time control, when you cannot really think thoroughly, when you cannot really predict all of the things going to happen. So
yeah, they're very even on the clock, around like 13, 14 minutes each. By the way, let's take a look at Garyashkina Salimova. So knight takes d1 after the trade of rooks.
Yeah, so she went for rook d1 and
And it's interesting. I mean, maybe Salimova should have kept the rooks on the board. It's actually a big decision, right? So even this trade is not like the most obvious thing. But yeah, what's obvious is how this is just a bit depressing for Black. to endlessly play this position, right? I mean, down a pawn, like, okay, white will come out. Like, white's moves are so easy. You know, she brings out the bishop. She starts maybe bringing out the king. She starts going for more trades. I mean, just like compare the ease of playing white and black. I mean, you're like, you got zero risk. You never want to give your opponent a position where they have zero risk.
Right.
Why? You know, that's why I'm just so sad, you know, about this whole concept, you know. And I mean, I think she just confused things.
I think so too. Yeah. Yeah, like what I said, maybe she's used to the other main line that I showed on the board. But this is a completely different line, and probably she has to take it differently as well. And keeping the major pieces on the board is actually one of the strategies, because you already sacrifice a pawn that there's no reason for you to go to the end game with one pawn down.
Yeah, now she goes bishop a4, knight goes back to c3, bishop c2. It's funny, she goes here now, right? So she circled around with her bishops, actually quite humorous. She could have gone there right away, trying to keep the rooks on the board. She didn't do that. The rooks came off, now the bishop's here. I mean, it's fine, but I guess it would have made more sense to try to at least play with the rooks on the board so the b-pawn could theoretically be put under some pressure.
Right, yes. And now with this endgame with full minor pieces on the board, but with one extra pawn for Grechkina, I agree. There's no risk in the Grechkina's position, and
you know how much she just loves this.
Oh, she loves this.
I mean, you know, we've seen her play worse endgames in this tournament where she's actually worse, and she goes in for those willingly. You know, so imagine you give her an endgame with like an extra pawn, no risk, and she has like 6 more minutes on the clock.
Right.
This is quite the dream scenario for Grechkina, but. You know, I think if Salimova loses this game, it's going to be it's going to be a little sad because it's going to have a lot to do with the opening choice, right? So maybe just getting something confused, right? And not being so familiar with this type of position, and just like a bit of lack of experience or something like that. I mean, it's not tragic, you know, but it's always better if you go out like on a a more kind of more exciting note than this endgame.
Right. Yes. Probably not a very wise choice of opening line by Salimova, but we will see if she's able to defend this inferior endgame against Grechkina, and they're going to play another tie break. Then the chance is getting higher for her again, because if she could recover from the game one when she missed lots of winning chances.
Beautiful game by her.
Beautiful game indeed, but just really miss these chances toward the end of the game. And also yesterday, it was also such a heartbreaking game to watch because she was very, very close to clinch the title, but she again failed. We will see. Third time is the charm.
If she gets that chance.
If she gets that chance.
Yes. I mean, I hope she gets another chance, but I'm just not. I mean, I feel like the match shouldn't end like this. Right? It's just it's not the right close for this match.
It's a bit anticlimactic.
Yes, yes. After their like her game against Grechkina was really quite nice, right? And I mean, it wasn't just like better opening prep. Like she had to find some stuff there. She had to outplay her, right? This one, she really walked into Grechkina's cup of tea. But okay, I mean, look, there's still conversion work to be done. It's still a long road for Grechkina to win this position.
Right.
But it just feels so unpleasant for black. And also you have no plan, right? That's the thing. When you're playing black in these positions, it's not like there's a strategy of counterplay.
Right.
Like your only plan is like, don't let white advance this pawn, right? And it's not like, that's not a very proactive kind of, plan. So she goes king f8. It makes sense. Sure. I guess at some point we might kick out that bishop. Maybe like that even. Maybe one day. Yeah,
be very careful because at some point knight g4 can be a move. Maybe not immediately, of course, but black will just try to accumulate all these little ideas, because again, black is just going to try to play against the extra pawn on b2.
Oh, you know what maybe we can do at some point? Can we actually offer you this trade? Can we try to get rid of you like that?
Yeah, that's possible.
I think maybe she will. H3 is quite reasonable, in my opinion. Stopping knight g4, I totally understand her doing that. Maybe black will play h5.
But by doing so, you're giving up the g5 square.
Yeah. Thankfully, my king is not on g8 anymore. Right? Okay. Let's take a look. Let's see what's going on. By the way, Prague also got a knight to d1.
Wow.
The same way Goryachkina did just a couple of moves ago. So quite interesting like that. Knight e5, there was a trade, and he captured, instead of with the rook, which looked really natural, and his position, I mean, is like looking a lot more harmonious here, right? But he captures with the knight. Okay. And he wants the attack on this knight. So now let's see, can we get all the pieces off the board with knight fd7? Or is that not really leading to all the pieces getting traded?
I think you can take on c5. Yeah, there's
look
a
at that
tactic
tactic
there.
I missed. Yeah, that's a really nice one. We got to show how white wins 2 pieces for the rook. And should win this endgame. So that's something that he's actually setting up, huh? Very tricky.
Very tricky, yeah.
So the knight, this cannot be played. This cannot be played, obviously. So basically, I mean, I don't even want to look at putting myself in that pin, right? Because that's going to be awful. So we have to go here for Fabi.
So the king on f8 proven to be very useful because after the queen trade, king e7, rook c7, and I think that way you can play king d6. This is a very cool preparation of the king f8.
Yeah. So now, okay, if we trade, king takes. Now rook c7. I feel like there's probably a lot of things that we can do.
King d6.
You like king d6, yeah? And actually,
Yeah, it's a double attack.
Yeah, winning a piece.
Yep.
So what happens if we trade this way?
Knight takes.
And then we try to avoid the trade, but I mean, where would we go with our queen? Queen c3, queen a5, I guess queen a5.
Okay, queen a5, I can have this maneuver, bishop e4, bishop c6, and I think the position is just fine for black, yeah?
I like that because the bishop is actually not hitting anything here anymore, right? So let's go to this diagonal. Block you on the c file and just make a draw, yeah? I mean, this knight has to be brought back
Right.
to the field.
Yeah. Let me quickly point out my observation. So while the match...
I know it must be about Fabiano's shirt.
No. Look, both of them are wearing white shirt, while in the women's section, both of them are now wearing black top and black jacket. So, yeah, it's now it's just like they're going full chest theme.
Yeah, white shirt. It's kind of funny for me. White is like it's probably one of the least likely colors I'd be wearing because it feels a little bit boring.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. In my wardrobe, I have so many whites.
Oh, yeah?
I like white shirts so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm more of like more dark. Like black shirt is actually much more likely. In fact, I have a few of them here with me. All right. Well, let's see. Knight cd7 on the board. Fabi was careful about which knight to move there, and so now Prague is facing the attack on both of these pieces, so something is getting traded for sure. The only question is it both the queen and the knight, or is it just going to be the knight? I mean, I guess it's more likely it's just that. But
Just the knight, yeah.
I mean, who knows? Like, he might just be like, okay, let's just trade everything, make a draw, but nah, he'll probably keep the queens on the board, right?
I think so
Yeah.
too, yeah. The queen will be staying on the board while one knight is going to be traded. Yep.
Yeah. So this looks like it should head towards the harbor of a draw. I thought about a poetic way to say that. Yeah. And now let's look at this one. How are we doing? So h3 by Goryachkina, king e7, king e1, knight d7, and bishop d2 just played. So what is the idea of bishop d2? Well, like we said, there is this idea of knight c1. Actually, yeah, knight c1. It's a big one because you could even trap that bishop into a trade like that. And if the bishop moves, you just trap him, period. You know?
Right. Yeah.
So I think this is the idea of bishop d2.
This is nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool idea.
Be good to see them on the screen as we're showing the game. Yeah. Well, what do you think, Irene, about how this is going? I mean, do you think the more experienced Garyachkina is going to eke out the win in this endgame up a pawn?
Yeah. Personally, I'd like to go this match to go further to the 10-minute or even to the blitz tie break. But seeing how the position right now is obviously Garyachkina is having a very objective advantage. So if she can play this very well till the end, because this is also not easy to to get your advantage into a victory, and Salimova is defending also very well. So I don't know. I'm hoping this one gonna end with a draw.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I hope so, but I mean, there's a lot of work for Salimova to do. Right now, knight a4 is very interesting because it also opens up the way for this knight to come to b4 and trade more pieces. So, for example, knight a4, if you take on d3, I mean, I guess I'm going to have to go with the two bishops against two knights advantage. I think I should be able to win this one. I think I'm going in the right direction. And if you move your bishop somewhere, anywhere, then the knight comes to b4, and then all these ideas, I might be getting another piece trade. Plus, I'm not even sure where you're moving your bishop. So, like, let's say you go here. Yeah, she just went for knight a4.
Knight a4.
Then I just kind of come out, and your knight is like almost, it's trapped into a trade. Like, whichever way you go, you're trading a piece with me. And that's what White wants. White just wants to trade pieces and simplify until they can start using that pawn more easily.
Right.
Well, White's strategy is simple. It's like trade when you're up material.
Yep, and Black is facing the problem here because when White wants to trade all the pieces, and if Black keeps avoiding it, Black might end up in a way more inferior position. So at some point, Black is forced to trade a piece or two.
Yeah, no, it's getting unpleasant, as I feel like Garyachkina is making progress, right? And the more that we trade, like the easier it is for the king to come out, right? We're going to get more trades. It's just overall so depressing. Maybe I can even go here at some point. Or maybe I can work on that. Yeah, I mean, even here.
Bishop d4 was on the board. Okay, so...
Yeah, bishop d4, and okay, somewhere we're going to go knight b4, then e3. We'll get a tempo for that.
Can we do it now? Or...
we can go... You want to go e3 right away? Well, then there's like bishop takes.
No, I
e3.
mean knight b4 right away.
Yeah, knight b4. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Because the knight covers b2, so I don't think she can really do anything. And we're also always getting a check there. So let's say we go there. And plus we're threatening a fork.
Right.
So you have to take. Yeah, so she's definitely going to go for this.
She's still thinking. So yeah, let's take a look.
How's her time situation? That would be interesting to see that view. But she's going knight b4.
Yeah, knight b4.
I mean, do you see how calm this game is?
Compared to before.
Yeah, it's very calm. And you can just see it in the manners of the player. So she's got 10 minutes against 6, time advantage, extra pawn. Man, I mean, poor Salimova having that winning position and then having to defend this.
2 games of winning positions.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Prague did trade the knights, and then he moved his queen away. So, like we thought,
predicted.
as predicted, he doesn't go in for the complete trade. But Fabi plays b5. He actually, you know what he traded? He traded the bishop off. So there is some imbalance, and then he went for this. And b5, okay. I mean, White's got something here, I feel. Bishop versus knight, pawns on both sides of the board. I actually don't think it's like completely unplayable. The only thing is that this knight is very poor. You can't really win the game with that knight.
Right. You need to work it out, where this knight will go.
Yeah, and black is very solid. What does black want? Just maybe maybe improve the queen.
Queen d6, I like this move.
Knight e5, maybe. It's hard to, fight for the c file for black, yeah? So he probably has to work with a d file.
Yep. So I'd also like to remind our dear viewers to go to the FIDE social media on Facebook or on Twitter or X.
Yeah.
And if you want to ask a question to your favorite player, Michael will pick the best question to be asked.
Is that how he always has such good questions? Is he just reading the audience questions? Because I find him to be a great interviewer.
Yep.
And, really asking, the questions everyone wants to know. Like, for example, whose hand Magnus was shaking yesterday, right? He managed to get that information out of him.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think Michael also has interesting questions himself, but yeah, I agree that I see so many interesting questions being asked by our audience as well. So it's a very good combination.
Yeah. So Queen C2 played by Prague and Queen D6. Yep, we said that. So what's going on here? I mean, again, like if you can have the knight somewhere decent, you could try to fight for some advantage. The problem is you can never have any advantage with a knight on D1. Black's pieces are not so bad, So, yeah, I mean, it seems still very balanced.
Yep. And now the rook on e8 is ready to occupy maybe, king e7, I like it. But maybe
Yeah.
rook b8 and then, I don't know, try to use this rook somehow.
Well, let's see. I mean, I'm only going king e7 if you want to offer me a queen trade. Other than that, I mean, I think rook d8. Just come to the d file. Something will surely pop up here
Yeah.
as a resource.
Oh, this idea also with the knight goes to b6 and try to rook d8 and then knight goes to d5. This could be also the idea. Yeah, black
Yeah.
is very solid here.
Let's take a look, though, at Goryachkina, because I have a feeling like something's going to happen here. She's getting her piece trades, and she got a knight b4. They traded king d8, maybe even bishop c3. Yeah, that's what Goryachkina plays. You see how methodically she's just going for those trades?
Very principled.
Yeah, and what did Salimova answer? e5. Well, it's a sign of desperation, right? You're going e5 and you're even offering the change in the pawn structure and taking on that isolated pawn, basically showing that like you're willing to enter any changes because the position the way it is like quite bad for you, right? So now Goryachkina has some pleasant choices. So one obvious move is e3. Maybe the bishop would go back. And of course, the other one is taking. This is the one that she really needs to consider. Her knight gets a little stuck on the side of the board in that case, but she can go, king d2, e3, trade that off, and then just have the outside b pawn to work with. Not a bad option for her either.
But how do you do that? Like, because there is also bishop b3. So you don't really have time, right? So bishop takes d4, e d4, king d2, bishop b3.
Bishop b3. I guess it was bishop c6.
But
and then
not knight b8, knight b8.
Knight b8.
Something like that. Or knight e5 and then...
I still have that square.
Yeah.
It's interesting. No, it's a good point. Oh, she goes for it, but she needs to be a little careful with this knight. She definitely needs to be careful because like now king d2. Okay, she went b4 because we were looking at that, and this knight was like it's getting into trouble. I mean, we still could extricate him, but then you really have to calculate like all these moves, right? Just to make sure that like the bishop can still escape to b5. And,
Right.
So she plays b4. Very understandable, I would say.
At least you're having this square, yeah? Knight c5.
Yeah. Knight c5 or knight b2. So I like b4. I don't see how that harms anything,
Yeah.
really. So her next move is going to be king d2, and then I think she will try to get that pawn out of the way.
To be honest, I don't like trading this pawn because I
Yeah?
think this d4 pawn is a weakness. So you can just put your bishop on d3, for example, offering a trade, and then that way you can attack the pawn. So
Yeah.
king c7 is on the board. So I like your plan. Just play king d2.
Yeah, she'll start with that, I think. Why not? King d2, and then if the bishop attacks the knight, And then you can think about whether you want it to go to c5 or to b2.
I think b2 is a bit safe, yeah? And you can try to win the d4 pawn after that.
Yeah. So by the way, not much is happening in the Prague game. It does look like it's going to be a draw. So we definitely are going to stay on this one to see if Garyashkina can convert and win her first World Cup title.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the stake is just very high right now for both players, because also for Salimova, if she can win this match, not only that she's getting the Women's World Cup winner title, but
Yeah.
also she will be obtaining her GM title.
Yeah. Well, King c7. So now Garyashkina is thinking, which of these moves do I go with? Yeah. I mean, she'll go for King d2. Bishop b5, and then I'm just curious about this one. I know this one is more committal, but I just wanted to try it. And then you go here, and I can't take you. And then I might even like be in some danger of losing that pawn. So that could be a way that like black saves themselves, but she's not going to go for that if that happens. She'll go for knight b2
Yep.
because no one goes for such big changes and faces the loss of this pawn, right? So king d2 on the board. And Salimova, what can she do? She can't do much with the king. She goes with her bishop, I think, to b5 or d.
No, King d6.
King d6, yeah. King d6. Yeah, this is what happens when you just don't have a plan, right? And that's why that position just was the wrong one to enter. So knight b2.
But maybe now it is the time to play bishop e4, bishop d3.
e4. Maybe. You can try that plan.
Okay, so bishop e4, bishop b5, then knight b2.
All right, I was going to go knight f6. That was my inclination. Now I can't really trade with you, yeah?
Okay, she went knight b2.
Yeah.
So deciding that the knight belongs to d3 maybe, yeah?
Well, I think she could still be going for that plan because it frees up her king. I mean, that's the benefit of it. On one hand, this pawn is weak, but if you can't win it, maybe just free up your king because the b pawn should win the game.
I like the maneuver. So let's say after this bishop b5 and then knight d3. My idea is to play knight e1 at f3.
Interesting. All right, so she played what move? Oh, she played bishop b5, and Garyashkina is thinking she's got twice the time.
I also like the idea of putting the bishop away, like bishop b7, so that this diagonal will not be blocked. I mean, if you're going for such a...
Yeah, but I think she just
Bishop
did something
e4.
in the center.
Yeah, she put the bishop
She played
on
bishop
e4.
e4. Okay. So she's going for your idea. You know, it's interesting because e3, I mean, I agree it's a little bit tricky to think of that because you're like, this pawn is a weakness. But on the other hand, it's also a strength because it ties down your king, and this pawn is also a weakness, right? So it's like in these positions with the outside pawn being so outside on the b file, it's very hard to hold that, right? Because, I mean, I'm going to get my king here.
Yeah.
I mean, it just feels like, you know, once I just bring in those pieces, like it must somehow be winning, right?
So I think try to make sense her decision is that you can play this e3 anytime.
Yeah.
So maybe why not try to win the pawn first? If it fails, then you
Yeah.
can trade this pawn with e3.
Well, now Garyashkina is probably going to go bishop d3, bishop d7, h4. And then, you know, her pawns can start maybe coming under some attack. So,
There's also knight c4 after bishop d7, yeah? And the king has to move somewhere. Okay, bishop d3 is on the board. And I don't see Salimova trading the
trading,
bishop.
yeah? No,
So
she
bishop
doesn't.
d7.
Bishop d7.
Probably
You could throw in.
throw in knight
Yeah,
c4
why not?
first. And see where this king moves.
Yeah.
No, she went for h4
She
immediately.
went for h4, okay. And now, does she keep this pawn, actually? Wait, like if I go knight d5, how do you... Yeah, she just went there.
Yeah, she went.
How does this pawn get saved? Because, I mean, if you push it I might be rounding it up with king c5. Or we still have knight a4 and king c5. Knight a4, king b4 starts to look very tricky.
B6.
b6 there, wow. It's like here,
But it's all
here.
very concrete.
Here, the knight cannot be captured because of b7. Okay, this is not what Goryachkina wants at all. Because it becomes really tactical and she might be losing that pawn. How does she deal with this, actually? Knight d5. So if you give a check, where does the king go? You can't walk into that, so you got to go
C7.
this way.
Okay.
Yeah. And now you're basically giving up this pawn.
So bishop c4. So you're giving up the pawn in exchange with the pawn on f7. But this is a good news for Salimova because that pawn on b4 is a more dangerous pawn.
Yeah.
She has to take f7 right away.
Right, because now, I mean, she's down a pawn, but if she can trade these, it should be like a holdable draw.
Yep, so she has to keep it, yeah?
Yeah.
And try to win it
That
somehow.
was a good turn of events for Salimova.
Wow.
It
Yes,
really was
yes.
quite the turnaround.
It is a turnaround, yep.
Okay, well, we might get that draw that we both want.
Yes.
Meanwhile, is Prague getting anywhere against Fabi? Let's take a look. He still has, a little bit of pressure. His rook is more active. These knights can't move. They're tied down, but fortunately they're kind of protecting each other.
Yes, but Fabi also has a more active king, so he can throw in the king to d6 and now put the rook elsewhere, yeah?
Yeah, it's still balanced. It's still balanced.
still-
and
yeah.
but they're getting low on time, 2 minutes each, right? Okay, but I think let's go to our big matchup here between Goryachkina and Salimova, because maybe we're going to watch Salimova save this quite poor position that she had. But it's not going to be easy. Like, Goryachkina can torture her here
Oh, yes.
for a
yes.
while.
Yeah, but it is also already quite an improvement for Salimova's position because I think you would be worried about that extra pawn. It's a passer and it's on the side of the board, so naturally speaking, it's going to be very hard for Salimova to defend it. But with this trade of the pawn on b4 versus the pawn on f7, yep, this is into her favor.
Yeah, I mean, I was also intuitively going to put the king on e7. King c5 was possible, but king e7 is more intuitive. So Goryachkina's bishop is under attack. She's probably going to move it to g6. And yeah, this game will go on for a long time. But there's a chance she might lose that pawn, right?
Yeah.
There's always that chance. I mean, the knight kind of has to stay here to keep the king out. We're going to try to maneuver. This king probably wants to be here so that he can always go there in case he needs to.
Wow, she protects it. Knight
With
e5.
the knight, okay.
So she is aiming for another trade.
Yeah, she wants a trade. And Salimova is down to a minute and a half. So bishop c8.
Bishop c8, bishop b5. I also like bishop b5.
That
Trying to
also
stop
looks
it.
quite decent, yeah. Bishop b5 actually would probably be my choice. But maybe then she gets some sort of offer of a trade again. Yeah, no, it's still hard for her. Like, practically speaking, it's not. I mean, even though it's a lot less losing according to the computer, it's still very hard practically on this amount of time.
Yep. So bishop f5.
Okay, makes sense.
She went to the other side of the board. Yep.
So maybe bishop g6, pursuing the bishop, and then it moves back somewhere. And then maybe, I don't know, do we start trying to push the knight out?
I think you just put the bishop back to b3 because I think you want to play knight f3 and after knight c6, bishop a4.
Ah, okay.
That's already some direct idea there.
Bishop b3, threatening that. No? Maybe I'll have to go bishop e4.
Yeah, you have to anticipate your opponent's idea.
Yeah. And or I can go king d6, king c5. That's
So
another
she
one.
went bishop c4 or bishop b3?
She went back with her bishop somewhere.
c4. So I think preserving the idea as well.
Yeah, king d6, I think, right? Good move. We don't have the best angle. from this side, yeah, to see what moves are being played.
Yep.
Like king d6. Yeah, because the king, you always want to have the option of protecting the pawn like that. So, right now, Salimova is holding on just fine.
Can we please have the center camera, please, just to show everything on the board?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, very good. Thank you so much. And now we clearly see what's happening on the board and the time situation as well. 3 minutes versus 1 minute.
But Salimova is holding it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be amazing if this match can continue.
Yes, her chance to make a draw is definitely increased.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got a really good view right now. We can see the board well and the time situation. So what even could, I mean, I don't even have like any particular ideas for Goryachkina at this point because this king is coming in to defend. Obviously, if you offer some trades, this knight will move away. Maybe just to c6, actually, like that. She does go to f3, king c5 on the board. And
Bishop d3.
Bishop
Wow.
d3. Okay, she wants the trade. Now black has a big choice, yeah?
Now
Black can actually
yeah,
take.
Yeah, black can take it up on the trade. Yeah, why
Because
not?
it's a light scored pawn that is fixed there.
I would take it with
You would
the
take
knight,
it?
yeah, and then keep
Yeah.
my bishop on the board. So I will take it.
On the other hand, it's like you can also move away because it's not like white's making any progress,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. If you don't want to be committal, yeah, you can play this bishop e6
Yeah,
just
and
like
she
what
did
she
because
did.
because to judge this you need some time, right?
Yep.
And you're changing the position in a big way, so it's definitely possible. But she has only a minute on the clock, and like Goryachkina hasn't actually found a plan here to improve. So I think her move also makes sense.
Knight e1.
What's the point of that?
Keep trading to c2.
Trading, but the problem is no one's really gonna trade with you, are they? Now, you can take again, but she's definitely not going to go for any of those ideas. Knight d5. Yeah, okay. She can definitely jump around with a knight. King on c5 is not bad. I can even see the knight coming to f6, maybe even coming to g4. I can see that. It no longer really needs to be on b4 if the king is on c5. Knight g2. Okay, so, well, yeah, g5, I was going to say, is she going to be up for that? Is she going to be up for that transformation, some kind of committal pawn move? And she was. And I think it's a good idea, trade pawns when you're down material.
Yep. So g5 now, big choice. Oh, I was about to mention
Things
h5.
are getting traded. She's
But
getting
yes.
closer to a draw. Prague is still continuing to push Fabiano, but we'll come back to that later. So she played a move. What was it? Knight e1.
Knight e1.
And does she want to provoke that pawn to go there? We might need to do that. It's a little tricky because if the pawn goes to a light square, is it going to be okay there, or is it just going to give white more chances?
Well, yeah, definitely g4 is a move, but I doubt she's going to be committal to that because...
Yeah, you might, but she's going to be kind of forced into it, right? Unless she goes there and she wants to trade, which is also not obvious, but maybe that's the better one. Maybe bishop g4. Okay, she went knight f6. And now knight f3.
And now maybe g4.
Knight g4, knight g5. Okay, so it's good for a white. So I think she made some mistake here. Yeah, she made some mistake somehow getting this pawn to g4. Now it actually turns out that pawn is a weakness.
And now knight g5 maybe.
Yeah, you can go knight g5, threaten
And
maybe
trade,
even to
yeah.
trade.
Wow.
Because there's even a plan of like trading this and eventually winning that pawn because it's so far extended now. It's amazing how g5 like looks very plausible, but every time you push those pawns, I guess there's this danger that they go a little too far.
Yep. It's always dangerous to push your pawn in the end game, especially in this type of situation. We already learned the game between Fabiano versus Pragnananda. That pawn f4 push was also a mistake.
But so much has happened in this endgame. Like I feel like I still wouldn't be surprised if she can save it.
Right. Anything can still
yeah.
happen.
All right. Well, let's see what's going on in Prague's game. Any change in the evaluation or not? So Prague has an extra pawn, but Fabi is very active with his rook. Very active. And White's pieces are looking a bit trapped, and I think he's losing that pawn immediately. Yeah, he just lost that pawn. So after king f3, well, Fabi is definitely not risking anything now, right? Actually, White's bishop looks a little bit out of play. Yeah, Black is out of danger here. So let's go back to Garyachkina's game. And she played knight g5, bishop d5, and bishop f5. Can we go king d6? Yeah, try to attack. But, you know, that pawn being on g4 is a real target.
Yep. Yeah, before this, I think both White and Black were just dancing around, yeah? But now when the pawn is already committed on the light square on g4, it gives Garyachkina something to target on.
Yeah, well, she didn't do it on purpose. I mean, she knew it was bad. It was just that she kind of got forced into it, or she didn't have enough time to find a different solution. Maybe bishop g4 there was actually the right idea. We'll come back to that moment after the game. So right now it's Garyachkina's move, and she's down to just a minute 15.
A minute 15, and Salimova has less than a minute. It's like 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, okay, we do see...
Knight h7, trying to over the trade again. And should you take it? Could it be... And there is another draw on the game between Pragnananda versus Fabiano Caruana.
Right. Well, right now, Black has this resource of bishop e4, actually. Can Salimova find it? It's actually very important because she can... Yeah, she found it.
Wow.
Oh, wow. This is how she might be getting that draw, because now this pawn is not really going to be lost. The bishop does a great job of cutting the king, and maybe we're in holdable territory here.
I think so too, yeah. I mean, she could have done this decision way earlier before, right?
Yeah.
With a trade on d3 and without giving the weakness on the g4. But now I think it is still holdable.
Now she just kind of has to stay in place, right?
Yeah, you just move the bishop around. The king is in a perfect position, the pawns are, and you just have to move, the bishop.
She's even stopped the move f3 for now.
Right.
She's stopped the move f3, and she can actually just move king d6 or king even f6. I mean, she can just move the king as well, right? Any of those squares. So I think she'll leave her bishop there. It's really good there, stopping them from going up and also stopping f3. And, of course, there's no trade now, but, you know, just king d6, king d5, they're all okay.
Yep, I agree.
Any king move except that one. Except that one. That one you probably don't want to do. Yeah, because you're going to lose the king and pawn endgame. So 23 seconds. King d6. Okay. Wow. I mean, we really might get that 10-minute match, aren't we?
Yep. I mean, we already get one on the game between Pragnananda versus Fabiano. They will move on to the next tiebreak.
King c2. She's trying to come around.
Yes.
I wonder if there's... No, we never really have any ideas of that, because
there's knight f4, yes.
Yeah.
So you just have to simply block the king from entering, yeah?
Yeah, that was a pretty good move. Is she going to try like king at b2? Yeah, king b2, king a3.
Yeah, so king a3 and then king a4.
Still tricky. Bishop c4 is a good move.
Okay.
King a3 obviously will be played.
And then what's next after king a3? King
yeah,
b4
so I have to go like somewhere like this and maybe stay with my bishop.
I see.
Stay with my bishop on this diagonal like that because you're pinned to the pawn.
There's knight f4.
Yeah, there's knight f4.
King d6. Okay, there's some calculation to do.
She's playing so well, Salimova, though.
Yep. So king d5 is already on the board. I think king b4 has to be played. I don't see what else can be played here.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's thinking about knight f4 first.
Knight f4, there's king c5, and then you don't even come in anymore. So king b4.
King b4. Now you just have to move the bishop.
This move threatens the bishop, so you got to move it. Bishop a6, yep. Okay, and now, I mean,
What if the king comes around like, a5 to the back of the position?
Well,
yeah.
it's gonna, but somewhere we got to get some counterplay. If we attack this pawn and you defend it, are there any situations where I sack my bishop and go d3? Maybe, but not so easy. Yeah.
Yeah,
But if your king is far enough, maybe I can make that happen.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. So it's, am I seeing like 9 seconds on the clock?
No,
right?
that's 48 seconds for Goryachkina and 30 seconds for Salimova. So she played king b3. Well, bishop c4. I mean, give the check. You know that's okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
and she did.
And then just go back and forth.
I don't think Goryachkina would repeat, but
Yeah.
king c2.
King c2. She's going back. Well, don't go back to a6 here. King e4. Okay.
No, bishop e4. Oh, king e4. King e4. Sorry.
Yeah. Everything's under control. By the way, is there any idea of actually going for the pawn?
That is smart. Yeah, so you just moved the knight
King
now,
d2.
yeah?
Wait, king d2 takes, but then you can defend, right? Then you're fine. Yeah, then you're fine. But like right now, I actually am, I think, threatening that. So she's
King d2,
Yeah,
so
now
she
you
goes
don't want to take. Now you don't want to take because
Yep.
then the king protects the pawn.
Okay.
And white wins. So black just kind of sits on this position and I guess goes
Bishop
bishop
b5.
b5.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't blunder any fork here.
Mm-hmm.
So she's down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, you can't go there because of the knight c5 fork. You can pretty much do any other move. Bishop d5 is okay too. But I like bishop b5. Bishop
Yep.
b5 is my choice.
Giving more space. Yeah.
7 seconds. Okay, bishop b5. So Goryachkina has not made any progress yet.
Knight c5. But she's
king
trying to
e5.
gain some time on the clock, yeah? And I think Nurgul has to also do the same, like try to gain more time.
They're kind of in blitz mode now, yeah? King e5 you can play. You can move your bishop.
Bishop c4.
Yep. It's all fine. She is really holding things together here.
Yep. Yeah, so
I mean, somewhere you can, it's not even clear where you try to play the move e3, yeah? All right, 20 seconds versus 25 seconds.
yeah, please don't blunder anything.
Well, I guess black is the one that can blunder more easily, yeah, to a knight fork, but she's doing a really good job defending.
Knight a1.
Knight a1. Okay, that's creative.
You know, you want to get this similar position.
Yeah,
with
look
the
at this
knight on
beautiful
c2.
idea. King here, knight there, bishop e2. Oh, maybe she's going to play bishop
Oh,
e2.
there is bishop takes e2.
And she can draw this.
Yeah.
She can play bishop takes e2 here.
Yeah. Will she do it?
Come
Will
on,
she
do it. Do it. Do it.
No. Okay.
All right.
It requires some calculation.
It
That's why.
does,
Yeah.
it
And
does,
she
it
just
does.
doesn't have time to
But
calculate.
it's okay. It's fine. Her position is completely fine. Knight e1 and bishop b5 back. Yeah. So she's just holding on,
Yep.
and Goryachkina cannot really make progress.
So she's not changing
But
the
this is
nature
a
of the
very
game.
cool. Yeah. This. Oh,
Ooh,
she finally
F3.
changed something. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's a big move because takes. You white gets two connected passers, and it looks like they're making progress, but still, black is okay.
Black is okay.
Black goes. She goes to
King d5.
king d5. All right. Still the bishop versus, the knight is still giving black compensation here. And the king cannot come up. But it's a little tricky, right? It's still going to be a lot of action here.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
Goryachkina has, made progress, at least with her plan, even if the computer evaluation stays the same. But she definitely succeeded in doing something.
So bishop c4 on the board, and now how to use these two passers.
Yeah. I guess black's plan is quite simple. It's like try not to lose that pawn and keep the king around here. It's very simple.
Yep. And
So,
also
king here.
keep the king at bay, yeah, not entering d3
Yep.
square.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the bishop does a good job, yeah, because he can always kind of attack something. So, yeah, she was down to 11 seconds on that. Still holding on. But I don't know. I feel like this is so tricky still.
Knight b3, and maybe it's time to push something. No, knight e1, knight e1.
So, okay, black really just needs to move the king around. Oh, knight e1, okay. King e5 on the board. So Gerechkina moving around the knight. They already went around that merry-go-round once, right? So king d5, what's there to think about? Is
Maybe-
there some problem? There's a check or something that she's worried about?
Maybe she's thinking of bishop d5 just
Yeah.
to force the pawn move, and she did it.
Yeah.
Or knight e1 back, but then there is no progress. After knight e1, bishop c4 again.
Yeah, and if king here, then I can force you to trade with me.
Yes, yeah, that's. And Grichkina is down to. No, still
37
40
seconds. Yeah,
okay.
she's good.
She's good.
Managing
Okay.
her time okay.
Just don't lose on time, girls.
Yeah. Can I ever, you know what I want to know? Like, let's say you go here. Can I go king f5? And then what I want to do is just sack my bishop like this and make a draw. That's one of my drawing ideas. Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe she can actually think of that. King f5.
Yeah,
There
king
you
f5,
go,
king
because,
f5.
you know, just get rid of the pawns finally.
And
Yeah.
king e2.
King
trying
e2,
to
she
stop
doesn't,
it.
she doesn't let that happen. Okay, smart. And then maybe just give a check now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, bishop c4 is on the board.
King f2, of course. And then, I don't know, maybe just stay.
King e5, yeah.
She's built up a bit of time. Okay, but Gerechkina has not allowed the forced draw. Doing a good job too, I think.
Yep, she's holding.
Keeping the tension, yeah. I mean, you know, she's gonna, play this position for like 50 moves before she finally pushes a pawn
Yes.
somewhere, right? Before she finally goes like g4, and this is a good, good strategy. Exhaust the opponent, right? Because like, it seems like she's not making progress, but the more you wear down your opponent, the more likely they are to make a mistake somewhere.
Yep.
So,
Knight f4, bishop c4.
yeah.
And maybe it's time to move the king again. I think. No, knight h3. She did knight
What
h3.
does she want to do? I'm just trying to understand her idea. I mean, because she can always push a pawn. The question is like, where is it really going, right?
I think she wants to push it, but trying to protect the f4 square. Otherwise, king will go to f4 because there might be some d3. So
Well, I
bishop
think you
b5.
can push it. It's just that I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a long-term plan to win. So bishop c4. Yeah. Just hold it.
Knight
Knight
e4.
e4. Maybe bishop d5. I feel like we've been here.
Yeah, bishop d5, bishop d3. Just attack knight.
Yeah, I would probably play bishop d5, but any move works really.
Okay,
Bishop
she chose bishop d3.
Yeah.
And now knight d2.
And now bishop b5. They must have had this position like, oh well, something that looks like this, many times already.
So king goes to g2. Oh, she's going to try from the other side of the board.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. King d5.
King d5. Okay.
Will she play
Okay.
f4 here? Do you think? F4
yeah,
is
because they
tempting.
can't go king f5. Yeah, she should try that.
Yeah, she's thinking about it now. But yeah, she has more than a minute or less than a minute.
Just
on
a
the
bit
clock.
less.
Just a
Yeah,
bit
she
less.
Just went
Yeah.
under a minute.
So I think she's thinking of
She's pushing something.
She pushed the other pawn. So g4 is on the
Yeah.
board, and now the king will try to enter.
I
by
mean,
playing
I don't
g3,
know. Yeah,
f4.
do you go d3 maybe, and then like king d4? So black has some big choices. I mean,
Bishop d3.
Okay. Seems possible.
And now king g3, and has to be king e5,
Yeah.
I guess, to stop it. But king e5, f4. So king has to go to d5 again then.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky because lots of things hold a draw, but it's like you got to make decisions with little time. And for now,
Bishop b5.
yeah, for now, white is not risking much.
So what happens after you play
King f4.
King f4, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you stop these pawns to be... Like king f4 is already on the board now, and
Well, somewhere you have to find a moment to play this move, but you can't really play this here, when the king can go back to e3. But somewhere she needs to have that active plan.
bishop e2, and it's
Okay.
much better for white right now. Let's figure it out.
Yeah, I think we're just improving.
So she has to play bishop d3 maybe to stop it.
Stop that. Yeah, maybe the king just goes there and the pawn just goes, right? Just king f5.
Wow, what a turnaround again.
Yeah.
Wow, Salimova might fail defending this position.
Yeah. And I have to say that Garyachkina tortured her quite well.
No, this is really a torture. Yeah.
She did, you know, and she was torturing her with actually some sort of a plan in mind. Like she eventually got that F3 push.
And she did. And King F5.
Yeah. Now
seizing the
Black's,
chance.
White's moves are going to come pretty easy.
Yeah, you just
But I
push
don't know.
the
What
pawns,
about
right?
D3, G5? Then your bishop is completely cut too.
So bishop d3, and I think now it's just king f6.
The problem is she never pushed the D pawn. She was never willing to take that risk. There was at least one opportunity where she could have done it.
Wow, this could be it.
This is probably it. This is
Yeah.
probably it.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if there's anything.
I want more. I want more.
Yeah, well, Garyachkina is giving us a pretty good technical game here. So bishop, I mean, now it's so easy. Yeah, you just push the pawn.
Yeah. There's no stopping
There's
this
not even like
idea.
anything you can do because your king is useless and the knight just covers everything.
No, this is almost the end of it. I
That's
don't
it.
see any way out for
Yeah.
black to make a draw in this position.
Yeah, I really don't see anything either. She was down to 3 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's over. But really quite nice by Garyachkina showing a lot of determination, even when things got messed up, you know, and it was objectively a draw. She was not letting her opponent out. And Salimova, you know, she played king c6, yeah. And that's it, right? I mean, okay, there's that, bishop h7.
I think she's thinking of playing knight b3 now. Or just g7, yeah, is easier choices.
Yeah.
And now just king f7. Yeah, there's no way to stop it, yeah?
Yeah.
Or you can throw in king e5 too if you want to.
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Okay, king f7.
Yeah. King f7.
King d5.
And the king was like back there, right? Well, she's not. Oh, I guess her idea, I mean,
it's
she's
just
still,
the d3, king d4.
It's still trying to win the pawn. If I promote, maybe things can get a little bit.
Yeah, so
Actually a little bit hairy. Hold on. So she's still, it's not over yet.
It's not over. F4.
F4, strong
Very
move.
strong move.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I prefer king e5 and then push the
Yeah,
f4.
maybe F5 and F6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. F5.
Yep.
Oh, actually F5 maybe you can take.
Oh. So be careful there.
Yeah, F5, there's that. So
King
that's why
E7.
she played that. Very smart.
Safe, very
yeah.
safe.
Now
yes.
she wants F5.
Now f5 is unstoppable.
Yeah, very good technique by Garyachkina.
Very careful until the end as well. Yep.
Yeah.
King d4,
and now
just
F5.
f5. Yeah. Wherever the king goes, you go to the other side of the board with the knight.
Yeah. She's going to get the win.
Wow.
Salimova, look, she fought really well. Even in the second game, she fought really well.
Yeah, but just some chance there that she could hold this position to draw.
Yeah, now knight b3.
Wow.
Okay, knight
So,
c4 you can also do.
yeah, we are seconds away to
Not
end
sure why
this.
she did it like that. I don't know why she didn't go
Maybe
to
try to
b3.
gain time.
Okay. Sure. She can
Still do this.
She can do this.
Yeah, and then I'll push the pawn
it's
on
fine,
f6.
F6,
yeah,
yeah.
and then knight d1 next. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seconds away from finishing this match, and we'll see a decisive result very, very soon. And okay, knight on f2. That's it.
That's it. Game over.
That's game over.
That's resign. What a fight. What a fight between these two players.
Yes.
I mean, it turned out a lot more exciting than it started out. Garyachkina's technique definitely got tested. And Nurgul got her chances. Yeah, it's like we're looking at the final few seconds of this match, you know, as she kind of comes to the realization that even though she fought so well and she was so close, that, you know, Garyachkina is going to be the World Cup winner.
Yes, and this is going to be Garyachkina's first World Cup title. And okay, Nurgul has to keep it until the end, I guess. And
Yeah.
there you go. So congratulations to Alexandra Gerchikina, the Women's World
Yeah.
Cup winner 2023. And also for Nurgul Salimova for being the runner-up and obtaining her second GM norm and a consolation prize of $35,000 for Nurgul and $50,000 for Gerchikina.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Garyachkina didn't give up in this end game. She just kept going, even though she had lost her advantage.
Right.
You know, and yeah, somehow she outmaneuvered. She outmaneuvered Salimova. But,
Yeah.
you know, I did feel that when she played this F3, right, like wherever that was, let's try to find it. Oops. Is the game already starting? Not yet. Okay.
They're trying to get ready for the
They're
other game.
getting ready for the next match. Let me see if I can still find this one. Here we go. At which point did she play the move F3? That was around here. So she got her knight to E1, and Salimova stood in place. And when this move happened, right, you start kind of feeling like, okay, there's progress being made. It's actually not that simple with the
Right.
connected past pawns, right? Still, it wasn't easy. Let me see. Here, King E5, Knight D3, right? So she went back. I don't know. Maybe she should have been going to F5 and staying with the pawns. You know, I think in general her inclination was going this way, but maybe she should have been like staying with these guys,
Yeah.
just all along and trying to attack them, and then you never would have had the king come up, right?
Yeah, try to hinder the pawn
Yeah.
from pushing, yeah?
So she went back, Knight C2. Just trying to see, there was never exactly a point. King, Bishop D5 was good. Knight here, and this was a tricky move where you were threatening Bishop takes F3. And Garyachkina stopped it with that. Check. King went here. And maybe she should just like kept the king here. Yeah, maybe just kind of moving around the knight. But, moving around the bishop. You move this. Okay, I guess you're forced to go here. So when you're forced to, you go there.
Yep.
But what did she do? She went that way. Okay, well, I mean, everything still seems fine for a long time, you know? Then things started getting a little unclear. Right, so this was one moment, like even here, right?
We can come back to E5, yeah?
Yeah, so like maybe what we should have done is this more active move.
Uh-huh.
That's what I think we were looking at. Like
King F2,
just
King
going
D4.
for that really fast.
Some counterplay,
Yeah, because there's no King E3, right? She had to do it when the king was far away. And well, I don't know if like you know, it gets sharp, right? Like something like that. Of course, I still I mean, now I'm trying to get in two different ways.
So King F4 maybe.
King F4.
If King C3, King E3, and then push the pawns. So it's not easy actually.
It's not easy. Yeah, it's funny because this move just is, running into that. So you have to kind of stay.
Yep.
But also white has to stay, right? Like let's say I go here, and while black is getting a lot more counterplay than they got in the game when their king was stuck on D5 and the pawn was on D4. Like here, they're always ready to come in with something.
Right. Well, I mean, white has all the practical chances in this game,
Yeah.
just being up a pawn, and Gerchikina managed to keep the extra pawn until the end, and with her determination, she made herself the Women's World Cup winner 2023. So congratulations once again. And I think we are going to have our second break right now, and we're getting ready for the next tie break between Fabiano Caruana versus Pragnananda. So stay tuned.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone. And what a match between Gorachkina versus Salimova. And now we are moving on to the next tiebreak between Fabiano Caruana versus Pragnananda. And on the screen, we see that Pragnananda is again taking the white pieces for their first tiebreak game on 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And soon we will have our first move on the board.
Yeah, well, it's nice that we're able to now fully focus on this match. You know, I feel like the first two games were definitely, it was hard to tear yourself away from the Gorachkina-Salimova match. There was objectively a bit more action going on there, and we did see already a decisive result that produced a World Cup winner. And now we're going to see who is going to be joining Magnus Carlsen in the finals of the World Cup. I mean, is it going to be the young Pragnananda, or is it going to be Carlsen's former World Championship challenger, Fabiano Caruana, who's currently rated world number 2?
Yes, exactly. And on the board, we see another Italian game, which employed by Caruana on their first game in the rapid tie break, and now
we see Prague doing it. Yeah, so Prague hasn't relied on E4 all that much in the World Cup, but in a few games we have seen him do it. So not a complete shock either. And, you know, Fabiano obviously very experienced with both colors in this opening. So castles, and A4 on the board. They already put quite a few moves in. So the Italian with knight C3 rather than the pawn on C3. A4, bishop G4, H3, bishop H5. And, I mean, how exactly are we supposed to get out of this pin?
Yeah, he might be using the idea of maybe G4, you know, like this reverse idea where we normally see it on the black's perspective. But now, it's not completely unusual to play such a thing. Okay, knight D4 is on the board.
Oh, wow, interesting. Knight D4 on the board. And it's actually not the most popular move at all. There was one game where white was Gawain Jones last year against a 2500 that went this way, but overall it's not super popular. And that game went with bishop takes D4, yeah, quite obvious. E takes D4 and knight D5, and I guess that's what we also have on the board, knight D5.
Yep, and bishop D5. I think in this position you can just play C6 and play king H8, preparing for F5.
Yeah, so what does white have here? Actually, I guess they have the better pawn structure and maybe a possible attack against this pawn. C6.
Bishop takes F3, yeah.
Bishop takes F3. We have bishops of opposite color now.
Yeah, bishop moves first to B3.
He moved to B3, and then
takes
Bobby
on, yeah.
just took this knight.
Otherwise, G4 is there.
Yeah, otherwise this is a problem. And he didn't even bother trying to go C5, yeah? So he just took, and now we have bishops of opposite color. And he probably answered with something quite quickly. But we need a close-up view of the board.
So G6.
G6 on the board, yeah?
Yeah, so, well, it's a opposite colored bishop, but it is by no means that, it's just drawn because, again, opposite colored bishop is very dangerous. You just have to get your bishop more active than the other bishop.
And he moved his queen somewhere to open up the F-pawn, I think. So I see the queen, is it either, yes, on G4. Okay. So, well, of course, white's plan is kind of obvious. F4, F5, and it feels, more pleasant to play as white, would be my first impression, that this bishop is more active than the bishop on E7. Both players, of course, playing super fast. They're not using any time to get to this position. They have actually almost 11 minutes each.
Right, yeah.
So it's not something unfamiliar for them.
Yep. And, the moves themselves are actually quite simple. They just have to choose which approach that they want to go for. And then this is a very dynamic approach with opposite colored bishop, and king G7 is on the board. Do you think Fabiano might be preparing for F5 in this position?
I was going to say that's sort of what it looks like. Another one is sometimes H5. But, okay, like F4... would we really go with this move? Pawn takes and rook takes. And the benefit of that is that you could have D5 closing up the white bishop. Oh, but no, I don't think you can do it because bishop E6 happens too fast and then F5. So unfortunately, This would be nice if you could get this move in and block off the bishop.
Right.
But this move happens, and then f5 is pushed through anyway, and then white definitely has the initiative. So I don't think that he can play f5 as much as he would like. And do we have f4 on the board?
Not yet. So Pragnana is still thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he did it. So
He did
f4
it,
is on the
yeah.
board.
So now the big question is really for Fabi. Another interesting move could be something, well, queen c8 runs into f5, right? So like there's no more queen trade probably because we just kind of keep going. I was thinking, you know, if you go back, I was wondering if then I have that chance to go f5. But, you know, then you're going to bring in your rook. You're not going to like trade with me immediately, helping me to, you know, develop my queen. So what else can Fabi do after f4?
Yeah, tough decision here. Try to prepare against f5.
Yeah, so this is definitely like, how poisonous is it? If you do it, I mean, what's the big deal? Can I go
Bishop
maybe even
f6?
maybe even bishop h4, queen g5, or bishop f6, bishop e5.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'd like to close this.
Like, let's say I go a5. Let's just check. Like some random move. I want to see, like, is this really a threat? Because we go here, and we go there. And, I mean, the bishop's extremely powerful, right?
Mm-hmm.
So another thing that we can even do sometimes, I mean, we can try h5 at some point, maybe even h5, h4.
Queen c7. So how
Yeah.
does it prepare against f5?
It probably doesn't in a direct way. I mean, it sort of connects the rooks, protects that. And I think after f5, we're going bishop f6. I
Yeah, that
think
makes
so.
sense.
That would be my guess. Unless you can't really go there, right? I mean, these kinds of ideas are a little bit too wild.
You want to take in c5 or?
Yeah, I wanted to take and just maybe even take and just, I don't know, open up the queen or something. I mean, but there's just no reason for black, I think, to be going for moves like that, even though d5 kind of makes sense when you actually succeed in closing up this bishop. So, yeah, now Prague has to figure out what to do. I mean, f5 is by far the most obvious move. But there could be ways you play this slower. It's just that I don't really think it's easy for white to slow play this. Like, I see the computer offering up some, like, queen retreats.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't really feel like that's what, you know, like that's a very human way to do it. Yeah, so rook a1 makes sense. And
Rook a8, maybe?
yeah, I don't know like how directly helpful this move is to anything.
Mm-hmm.
It just sort of is played. But I mean, when you play f5, does the rook really need to be here? You know, it's not obvious, right? So rook a8 is would be quite a normal response by Fabiano. How
Yeah.
about bishop f6 here? Is it just too early? And then, oh, let's try it. It looks a little ugly, but just a little bit.
Can I actually sack a pawn there by playing e5, d5 and f5?
Ah, you want to sack it like that.
And then build up.
And build up on the f file.
And now the bishop on b3 is just way stronger.
That's actually a really interesting idea. So you want to go here and then do that typical pawn sack, yeah? The problem is like there's no direct threat, right? And there's maybe, it's not like you can put a knight on e4, you know? So, I mean, there is compensation here, but it's not very clear. So probably not that. I was wondering if you could like step back and try to go g4, g5.
That's interesting, yeah.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, like that next. Maybe there is a point to like not rushing with f5, you know, so you keep more control over the dark squares.
Yeah, yeah. So Fabi mirror the move. So rook a e8 is on the board.
Yeah, like that. I don't know exactly what we're threatening, but it feels vaguely threatening to advance the pawns like that. All right, so, but bishop f6 was quite ugly, and rook a e8 is on the board, just awaiting white's intentions. Like, is white pushing with f5 or not? Or are they going to try to slow play it, like retreating the queen somewhere? Prague starting to spend some time.
Right, because well, this is the tough moment to choose which plan that you're going to go for, which attack actually, because white is the only one who's attacking in this position.
Okay, so he did pull the queen back. He decides the patient approach. Very interesting.
And g4 is the follow-up move.
Well, I don't know. That's g4 is my
No, I like
suggestion.
that
Oh,
idea.
you think so? You
Yeah, I
like
think
it?
so.
Yeah. I mean, because there's other ways. You can actually also try to go for the dark square pawn strategy like that.
Actually, I like this g4 and then goes to g5. Just
Yeah.
stop it like that, and then you go for king g2, rook h1, and then push the h pawn. That could be a very
G4,
practical plan.
Yeah. All right. So basically, let's say Fabi just waits, right? Because Fabi's position is solid but passive, right? He doesn't really have much of a plan of his own, actually. If you go there, we don't mind that.
Yep.
And so let's say we wait. Bishop d8 seems like a harmonious way to wait.
Play g4, let's say.
And g4, and then though, see, there's this bishop h4 move, and then we go f6. And then you're kind of blockaded on the dark squares. It's not so easy to push through here. So, I mean, you might have to be careful about that, because there is the idea of blockade in these bishops of opposite color positions is a big one. So, yeah, I do kind of expect something like bishop d8 by Fabi. Because his position is really more of like a sit and wait type of position. I mean, you can wait with a move like that. It doesn't seem that harmful either. But I don't really see a big need for pushing the pawn to a5.
Yeah, it feels like you have to do something on the king side. Yeah, so playing
h5 is kind of crazy because it allows g4. I feel like it's maybe playable, but who really allows that? I mean, are we going to take maybe, like, look at this, take it, maybe g5? I mean, that would be fascinating. Can I actually play like this? Can I really try to get control of those dark squares from you? Because if you take, my bishop comes out and I have rook e5.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yes. Well, with bishops of opposite color, it's like a real battle for the squares that your opponent's bishop can't cover.
Yeah. Yeah, it will promise to be a very tricky position for both sides.
All right. So Fabi played the waiting move queen d7, and Prague answered him with, I believe, maybe something like rook e2. Yeah. Rook e2. So both sides kind of waiting. The rook steps out of the potential bishop h4 attacks, so I totally understand that. Maybe, at some point after like bishop d8, maybe we can finally play g4. Okay, I think he does play bishop d8. And then there is a move like d5, which is far from obvious. Based on the fact that, I guess we can...
You have to sack, yeah? Sack the pawn.
Yeah, we can take, and actually get the open e-file, right? And get compensation like that.
Yeah.
So
that's
there is that
interesting.
idea. So, g4 is quite risky for white, right? It's like, it seems to be the main idea, but it's also quite risky.
Yeah. Well, but white has many moves to choose from here. G4 is one of them. Also, the idea of f5, a direct attack, is also interesting. or maybe some build up first on the E or F file. So yeah, Pragnananda is thinking which one that he
If
will
you go f5, you want to drive the pawn in. That's why this move is always met with that. That way, when they take, you take with a pawn and you protect. And Prague just made a move. It's interesting because we only see his back now. Oh, there we go.
King H1.
King H1. Yeah, so he's not willing to commit, yeah? Which I understand. I understand because every time I'm trying to do something, there seems to be some refutation. So does Caruana actually have this D5 idea now?
Yeah. Will he go for it, do you think? Because it's kind of quite committal. And he can actually make some other waiting moves,
He
not
can.
D5.
But D5 is interesting, yeah, because you're really trying to shut down the bishop or get some counterplay. I mean, the question is whether he even, sort of is considering it or not, because it's not like the most obvious thing, just giving away the pawn,
Right.
right? So if he considers it, perhaps he'll go for it. He doesn't have a whole lot of other active ideas. Can we try F5 at any point? Can we try this move?
Wow.
Maybe F5 is like where it's a good moment because now we have that under control. He's kind of moved away, the queen in and the bishop back to control E6. Maybe this is actually like a playable situation for him, which is a bit more natural. So I'm feeling like, I'm actually thinking that F5. Oh, but he goes for D5.
He went for D5.
Wow.
That's amazing. That's amazing. A very, very brave decision by Fabiano.
Yeah, well, basically, if the white pawn moves and this bishop is shut out of the game, that's the problem. So the only way to keep the bishop in the game is with that move, but then you're giving away the E file.
So maybe white should throw in DC first here before moving the queen. Anytime, actually.
Ah, you mean like right here? Yeah, throw in pawn takes pawn, yeah?
Or queen C
then-
or BC.
The problem is
Rook
getting in the
E3,
rook,
yeah?
It's a powerful idea by Fabi.
Yep. So I think white has to take it, otherwise the bishop will be locked up.
Well, maybe you shouldn't take it. Maybe you should just hold attention.
And doubling the rook, maybe, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook Fe1.
Yeah, maybe like this. But then there's bishop A5, which is kind of funny.
And look
then
at
you
the
just
queen.
have to move it away.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very clever by Fabi. And now Prague is down to less than 5 minutes.
So this position, it's still a 3-result game. So yeah, we still, I think a draw is of course the objective result, but you still never know how this game could turn up.
Yeah, definitely as they get into the blitz part and the position being so unbalanced, it's hard to know. And I think, I think Prague has to make some good decisions now. He basically can't really change the character of the position too much. I mean, okay, let's try F5. Can we try F5? Trying to go F6. You go bishop here. Maybe then I can take on D5. I mean, there's a lot of things for him to think about. So it's really not not obvious what to go for.
Yeah.
I mean, should he go for E5 or is that just a bad situation? Because then his bishop is completely locked out and this pawn is getting undermined. Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
No, D5 is a very good way to put your opponent under pressure. And now he's been thinking for more than 2 minutes.
Yeah. Put pressure on the board, but also on the time. So very good decision. And do you think this match will go on to the next tiebreak, to the blitz?
Oh, I don't even know. I mean, it depends on how this game finishes. Let me see how this game goes. Is Prague going to be able to hold the balance here?
He took. And rook takes e2 and rook e8 it will be coming soon. Yes, and Fabiano did it. And now I think you have to throw in this d takes c6 at the point.
So maybe queen f2 now. Queen f2, but still rook e3 defends the pawn. So where's his queen going? It might go to d2. But maybe d2, you want to try to play rook e1. Where did he go? There was some trade. He actually, I think he took on c6. Just like you suggested, he makes sure he's at least up a pawn.
And now
And queen f2.
So rook
Yes.
f3 should happen, or I think it's does it there?
Yeah,
Like,
and you know, your judgment is definitely right, that like even though we like threw this in, I mean, there's still a lot of play on the e file.
yep. So rook e3 and doubling up with another queen on the e file. But Fabiano is currently thinking, so I'm just wondering which one that he might be
I
considering.
guess there's a like. Well, what could he be thinking about? This move is coming, so he can't allow it, right?
Or maybe he's thinking of bishop,
Bishop
a5.
a5. Only that move kind of makes sense, right?
But there's f5 maybe.
Yeah.
Opening this up. So maybe he's considering the f5 idea by playing
But if rook e3, can we still go f5?
that's possible.
I think we can, right?
Oh, g5. G5, and now this bishop c7, queen d6 is an idea.
We might be getting attacked on this diagonal.
Exactly, it might backfire.
But g5, I mean, I'm going to play f6. It looks like such a mess, no? You're going to go, what, king g6? You're going to be fearless? Moving up the king?
I don't know.
Yeah,
At
yeah,
this
you
point,
can do
it's
it.
quite
You can do
shaky.
it.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Or is it possible to just go to the back rank? Like to the A file?
No,
eight
but
rank?
I can see why Fabi is thinking here, because I think he's concerned about this f5 move. But he obviously...
He did queen d6.
Queen d6.
So preparing bishop c7, yeah?
Very smart. So now if f5, bishop c7 makes a checkmate threat.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also basically saying he's trying to stop them from this. Because
Yep.
now, you know,
You can
he's
just
going to
take it.
trade and take the pawn. And it's not just taking the pawn. It's that white doesn't actually have a queen trade here. And bishop c7 is coming.
Yep, a very clever move. This queen d6
Yeah.
holding everything.
And we're getting attacked on the dark squares. So
Right.
now Prague tries g3, which is a clever move as well. He wants to go rook e1 next. That's his next move. He should still be holding the draw here. Yeah. Because now if black comes in, or will he come in or not? Yeah, he does.
Yep,
Rook
rook e3.
e1. I mean, you know you're going to challenge that rook. And then I think he might just want to trade, like block the pawn with the queen and move in the king.
Yeah, and you have to act fast, yeah, because otherwise black is attacking and it's going to be very dangerous. So yeah, he has to neutralize it by playing rook e1. And now I think Fabi will just try to protect e3 by playing, let's say, bishop b6. Yeah,
Or queen e7.
either, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're probably going to be seeing a queen and bishops of opposite color endgame right now, right? And is Fabi, I mean, I guess I don't think Prague shouldn't be having any big problems there, but black might be having a pawn on e3 soon.
Right, so, and Fabi is still ahead on the clock.
Yeah, by about a minute, bit less. So, yeah, probably bishop b6 makes sense, yeah?
Bishop b6, yeah. Mhm.
But I mean, it's not like I see like some big horrible thing about this move either. Like you're basically going in for this position. But you know, Fabi's maybe not so happy about all of this because he's like, I don't really have the initiative here either. I just have compensation for the pawn. Yeah, big moments for him, but he can't avoid the rook trade. So
Yeah, and he shouldn't take this long for the move. And
Yeah, he went for
he
bishop
played bishop
b6.
b6. Bishop b6 is on the board, and
now is Prague gonna trade, or
Right
is
away.
he gonna make like some sort of king move? Because in general, that's pretty helpful as well.
It
And then
is.
maybe later he can trade and I don't know, put the queen here. Maybe try to even block the pawn with the king is an idea.
yeah. But gotta be careful there. King f2, king
Yeah.
g2, queen b4.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
There's that kind of entryway. Yeah. Well, he's thinking. trade or not? I mean, you can go king g2. You're not risking anything with that move.
Yeah, it's funny how this position turns up. Yeah, it's an extra pawn for Pragnananda, but Fabi has a good compensation for the pawn, and he's actually looking to fight for a win. And it's just easy for us to evaluate because of the bar.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if we were playing this on the board, you know,
I would still feel like it's unclear.
unclear, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look too bad for either side. Like, no one has bad pieces on the board. You know, bishops of opposite color. We know, like, the drawing tendencies are there. Pieces are getting traded. So I would say, you know, it's balanced is quite a fair assessment.
Yep. Prague has to play.
Yeah, he's getting closer to a minute.
Yep, and there's only 10-second increment. Okay, king
King
g2 is
G2,
on the board.
yeah.
So we might be seeing queen b4 soon to try to force the trade.
Yeah, queen b4 would force it. I mean, I guess I could go rook e2 if I really want.
Yeah, you should. I think. Yeah.
You think? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, this position seems quite okay as well.
Yeah.
But then maybe you can try to target the pawns because I can't really play c3.
But then e3 is also hanging, so
Yeah, maybe I can play that, right?
yeah.
I can. All right, but let's see what Caruana is going to comp with now after king g2.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still predicting a draw in this game. As exciting as as they're trying to make it, I still think it's going to end in a draw.
Yeah, objectively speaking, yes, this looks like quite a draw because I don't see any way in. Even if there is a pawn on e3, it's a passer. But
Yeah.
with the opposite colored bishop and with reduced number of pieces, yeah, it's still very equal.
Yeah. And I mean, white doesn't even have to make that trade if they don't want to.
Queen
F6.
f6.
Yeah. So he's basically saying if you want to take, you're going to lose that pawn. That's fine. But white can just stay, right? White can play rook e2. White can play h4, you know, putting all his pawns on the dark squares to guard the dark squares. I think h4 is a reasonable positional move, especially because black always has this idea. Bishop c4, okay, it's fine.
Maybe trying to use b4.
Yeah, it doesn't ruin anything. Yeah, maybe one day he'll play that. Maybe black should play a5.
Also, maybe c3 is an idea.
Yeah, probably if you want to lose, you can try it. You know, because after pawn takes, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess you. Well, it's a little shaky.
Tricky,
C3.
it's tricky, yeah.
C3, I think he'll probably not go for. But did Fabi play a5? I think he did. Yeah, just normal move.
And now c3 is possible.
Now c3 is possible. You keep wanting to do it. What is it that attracts you to this move?
First of all, I can take on c3 back.
Yeah, yeah, you're kind of still alive here, yeah?
So queen f1 on the board.
All right, so Prague just trying to keep the position level, not making any big changes. I mean, maybe he does want to take on e3 and go c3. That's probably what he's trying to do, actually, with his queen f1 move so that queen doesn't get hit.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, I think he's going to take and play c3. That's his whole idea. That's why he played queen f1.
Yeah, I don't get it why Fabi don't try to force the trade by playing queen e7 or something
Yeah,
like
well,
that.
first of all, I think he missed this idea. Pretty sure that he missed c3. It's easy to miss in a blitz game. Now Prague is feeling more comfortable. Because, I mean, if he gets to go d4, win that pawn, he'll be up 2 pawns and can rightfully play for a win. So it's starting to feel kind of shaky for Fabi.
Yep. Yeah. Now the
So
pawn on
these
e3 is
were
not
not
extra
random
anymore.
moves. Yeah, bishop c4, like he had a concept. And queen f1 was definitely showing the concept. Bishop b6. So again, you know, the most exciting parts where things start happening is like when the players have no time. Queen f3. He might want to put the queen out there, and he also wants to go d4. It's unpleasant. It is unpleasant. Then, this is finally Prague has the advantage. We've seen how
Yeah.
good he's been defending, but let's see how good Fabi is at defending.
Right, but after the pawn moves to d4 and cutting the bishop to the other pawn, I think it's just going to be...
Good try, because now if you take, I think I promote.
So d4 has to be played then.
D4 or king f1.
And Pragnananda seems to be reaching his king, but now he's a bit hesitant.
Yeah, he's just checking probably
Yeah.
if there's any queen c5s or e2 and then queen c5. Okay. Maybe Fabi needs to try to target that pawn on b2. Maybe that's why the bishop should have moved to a7 earlier.
Yeah,
Ooh,
bishop
he
a7.
realized it. He's like, yeah, I should have kept the b file open. Yeah, that was tough to see in advance for sure. Yeah.
And you still cannot take on c6 because there's bishop f2. So king e2 is on the board, queen b7 and b3.
Okay, can this queen come in like this? Can she kind of go back and try to come in like that?
I think
That's
you
what I
have
would
to.
try to do. I would try to just go back and find the only way in I have into this position.
Yeah, you just have to try to enter the position, yeah? But also, after queen e7, there is queen takes c6. Maybe it's working now.
But then queen a3, then d4. Well, you just got to do it, Fabi. Yeah, he did it. You got to do it and think later. d4 and c5. Okay, c5, reasonable try. Can this pawn get captured now? And is that a winning endgame for white with 2 extra pawns? Okay, he doesn't want to
D5.
check it, yeah. He goes for d5, very logical.
Yeah, very practical choice by Pragnananda.
But maybe we have more chances to hold. Yeah, maybe we have more chances to hold.
Just a fortress.
Yes, because we put the bishop there, and then I think you're just gonna take it, right? Take it on bishop d6. I mean, can you really break through?
I'll keep it. I'll keep the queen on the board.
You want to keep the queen on the board? I want to take and play bishop d6. I don't.
Because there is
Maybe-
bishop b5,
yeah,
king d3.
maybe your king can come in.
I think
Okay.
you have to keep the queen on the board.
Yeah, he did. Okay. Of course, queen f8, defending the pawn, but it's not the move you want to make. He's got good chances here.
Bishop b5 and maybe bishop d6 now.
Bishop d6, yeah. But then we can always force the queen trade.
Tricky. So queen d6 is on the board. And Fabiano has only 17 seconds left on the clock. Bishop c6.
All right. Can things still happen here? I feel like they can. It's only 2 pawns. And it's bishops of opposite color. But what is white's idea?
Bishop c7 is on the board. White, maybe now bring the king. King d3, king c4.
Wow. Maybe even bringing the king out there.
Yeah, king d3. So
What did he play?
yeah, he did play
Queen
play
f6.
Queen f6. And now maybe king c4. Pragnananda has time there on the clock, like
Yeah,
38
he's got a lot of
seconds.
time, and he can also think about taking that pawn.
Wow.
Or just not taking it. I really like the king walk. King walk feels good. He goes for it. Wow, he's starting to play it's the domination themes. It's not just the material, it's the domination of the light squares.
Am I predicting this correctly? I was speaking Gurchikin and Pragnananda.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, at
We
this
still
point,
got
who
another
knows?
game after this, but
Right.
right now it's looking good for your prediction.
Okay, so Pragnananda has 2 extra pawns, but this opposite colored bishop is always tricky.
Just king b5 or something, queen e4.
Queen e4, centralization. But now
I
you
guess-
cannot move the king with
Yeah,
the
now
c3.
you can't move the king. Not that black has actually any plan at all. Like black's only breaks are here. He has like nothing to do.
Yeah, black has to just keep waiting. Oh, g5.
Yep.
Now
that's it.
he played it, g5, yes.
And after f takes, queen takes. Should we even force a queen trade and just go like king b5? I actually kind of wonder.
Oh,
he gave
takes,
a check.
takes, and take on h3.
Okay. And nothing really, not a big gain for Fabiano because the king can still just go to b5. But maybe, I don't know, maybe he wants to bring in the queen back.
king b5. So has to bring the queen back, or bishop c7. But okay, well, both of the pawns are under
Yeah,
attack.
it looks a little scary. Like if here, and like here, you know, I'm threatening bishop c7 with some kind of checkmate threats. It could get a little hairy. But still tough for Fabiano.
Queen g4. So what's the idea? So if you're taking the pawn,
Yeah, what's the idea?
you just want to take the g5 pawn?
Yeah,
Is
but
that-
that's not too important, but I guess he tries to come back.
Ah. Yep. Prague is taking it.
Yeah.
So queen
one
g5.
pawn off the board.
So now can the queen move? Or king can still move? King b5. And now white's idea is easy. White just wants to keep pushing the a pawn and promote it.
Yeah. What can we do? I don't know. Queen d8. You can just go a5. You can even hide the king in a4.
Wow.
It does look like Fabi is running short on ideas here.
Right.
I think we're going to see Prague converting the first advantage that he's gotten in this match.
Queen
Bishop
takes.
g3.
Oh, bishop takes. I was a bit skeptical of bishop. Yeah. Queen.
Well, he hopes that maybe his h-pawn can run, but
He's hoping for a pawn race.
d6 maybe? Which one is going to go? It's
A5.
a5. All right.
Yeah. That pawn will be queening earlier.
Yeah, it's very hard to stop both of these guys.
Bishop d6.
a6.
Yeah. A6. Maybe queen
Yeah.
will go back, but then
then it just goes. It just goes.
yeah, queen e7.
Okay, and now basically we need some crowning touches. We need to bring in this queen because without the queen we can't win.
Queen f5 maybe. Or
All
queen
right,
f3.
Queen f3. Why does he choose that? He just wants the check.
And then d7.
And then something here, yeah. Yeah, look at how secure that king is. Oh, you know why he didn't go there? He didn't even want to allow a check on d7.
Ah, clever.
That's why. I mean, on e2, yeah. No checks. That king is the safest king in the world. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing, king safety. And bishop
b8. And Fabiano had only
Yeah.
2 seconds on the clock
Queen
before
g4.
this bishop b8.
Easy move. King h6. And what's the best way for us to win? Can we just go like maybe queen c8?
I like bishop d7.
Like bishop d7? Why? You want
Just
to
bring
in
the
king?
just bring the
Queen
the bishop
c8, there
to
we
the other
go.
side. Queen c8 also is a very good move.
And I think we're going to force a queen trade soon. When you give me a check, first of all, I have king b6. I also have c4 ideas, but probably king b6. Bishop f4. And now can we start working on promoting? Also, there's a check sometimes I can give.
Yeah. Queen h3, queen g4, queen
d7.
d7,
Queen,
e2,
Check.
and then king b6.
king b6, yep.
Yeah.
Because the king can hide and buy the bishop as well. c4, I think a7. Oh, just
B4.
b4. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, the king can hide to b7.
There's one check by the bishop. It's has he given it? Not yet. But the king is very safe.
So Pragnananda is very close to win this game, and it will be their first decisive result
In the match.
in the match. Yeah, because
Yeah.
they've been drawing all their games before.
Well, Prague, showing himself to be a very strong, rapid player.
Yep.
His conversion was quite nice. It's just that Fabi missed. He missed rook takes e3 and c3, the point that white was actually circling around that idea. Okay, let's
Queen
just
takes
watch. Let's just
e3,
watch the game.
a7,
So the pawn's about to promote. And
d5.
okay, he has like one check with the pawn going to c3.
Yep, and I think we can have the whole camera on the players.
And there is this discovered check, I think, coming.
Wow,
Queen,
the
discovered
second
check.
queen on the board.
Where's the king going?
b6, b6 or yeah, b6 to b7. That's it. If bishop e3, king b7, and there's almost nothing else on the board. Yeah. The king is
Oh,
quite
the king,
safe there.
The king is running. Fabi's running out of checks here.
And there's queen f8 going to be the next check.
Ah, okay. White is about to start attacking the black king, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets a trade of queens, yeah, on f7. Okay.
Wow. And 3 seconds. Okay.
Queen d6.
Queen d6.
King b7.
No, it's queen e3, yeah?
Sorry, yeah. Queen e3, king b7.
And now queen f8 has to be played.
c2 and queen check, yeah.
And queen g7. I think a mate is coming soon. And yes, so Pragnananda won finally the first game of their 10 minutes plus 10 tiebreak. And on the second game, he will be taking with the black pieces. Will Caruana be able to make a comeback in this must-win situation? We will know very soon. So stay tuned and we'll be right back after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined here in the interview area by Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, you were playing the second semi-final. Magnus has just gone through to the final, and your matches ended in two, at least from my opinion, more or less solid draws. But tell us your own opinion about the games and what do you expect for tomorrow for the tiebreak?
Yeah, I think in both games I was pressing. Probably in the first game I had the biggest chance. But when I played e5, I maybe had this move king f3 and it's very unpleasant for him. So that was maybe a pretty solid chance to win the game. Then, okay, computers were screaming that I was like winning a rook endgame, which is not the case. It's just like stronger engines show that black is holding. So yesterday I had one chance. Today I felt like I had a very pleasant position. I thought knight a3 is a really, really dubious move in the opening. I mean, he should take on c6. It's about equal. Okay, he's a bit better. Now, after knight a3, I started to get ambitious. I thought I have a very nice endgame. And it continued to feel nice for a long time, but he was, I think, defending very well. And then I had this very difficult moment. Finally, of course, there's a lot of moves that could be maybe questioned of mine and of his maybe, but then I could take on e5, or I could play, let's say, rook b8. So I wasn't sure after rook b8 he plays rook e1, and we play a very, very tense position in time trouble. I thought knight takes e5 is more, let's say, practical situation, a practical decision in the situation, because of course I don't want to take too many risks. And there, after knight takes e5, I'm not risking. So it's very concrete, and he's basically on the edge of losing, but concretely seems to be holding. At least that's what I felt. But I really wasn't sure. And I was also hesitating to take on f2 or to take on b2. Because taking on f2 leads to this very unbalanced pawn structure. And taking on b2, I get 4 against 3 on the king side, and he gets an a pawn. And if I ever win this a pawn, then 4 against 3 with knights is pretty much losing. Or it's very, very difficult to hold, I think, at least. I'm not sure if it's objectively losing or not, but from a practical point of view, 4 against 3 with knights on the board is very bad. But I didn't see a way to get his a pawn. It's very close, but I just couldn't see a way. So I went for this position where I'm pushing my pawns and he can't push his, but if he ever manages to push his, they're very dangerous. Yeah, and my pawns are kind of pushing, but he also manages to get his knight out from a1. I was still a bit optimistic, but then when he played rook f1, I didn't see anything because his knight suddenly comes into the game either via e3 or d4, and he gets a lot of counterplay. And then I even missed knight b4, so I was like, okay, let's end this game now. But yeah, I guess I didn't have huge chances today, but it did feel very, very much on the edge of being like that I might be playing for a win.
Before we talk about tomorrow, the tiebreaks, two questions, well, more than a question, a comment. It's very refreshing to hear all this analysis because now the fans can go over the game again with your views, and that helps them a lot to understand what you really think about it. So there was one moment in the opening, you took about 20 minutes to play g5, and I suppose that it was because you were considering the move knight takes d4. Tell me your analysis on that knight takes d4, because I was checking with the computer and it seemed interesting.
Yeah, I thought, it was two. I considered either g5 or knight d4. I mean, queen d4 doesn't make sense before g5, so knight d4, bishop takes b7. And again, I have a choice. I can also always throw in g5, but okay, it doesn't make sense to do it here. So I play like rook b8, bishop takes a6, and now I can take on b2. I can play rook b4.
The computer was suggesting e5 there. Just that moment.
e5 I didn't.
After queen takes e5, you play rook e8, and he doesn't have a good square for the queen.
If it goes to
a5, knight b3.
yeah, but if it goes to f4,
then g5, and the queen ends up on c1, and there's some doubles.
Okay. Yeah, I actually didn't see this tactic. So after e5, if he plays queen e3.
I can't go into details. You're the grandmaster. I just wanted to see if you'd consider this option or not.
No, I didn't see e5. I guess queen e3 is the only place where he doesn't lose an exchange, because any other square like c1, d2 loses the queen, c1 loses the exchange. So e3, I still don't see exactly what I have, but of course, if I'd seen e5, I definitely would have considered this much more. Actually, I have rook b3 and if bishop d3, e4, I realized. So
there are some things there.
Rook b3, queen c1.
I think the computer was suggesting queen f4, g5, queen c1 as the best move, but I can't be completely sure.
Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, the thing is, I did think knight takes d4 looks like tactically there might be something, but I couldn't see it, and I thought the endgame was very pleasant. So it was kind of two factors that made me go for the endgame.
If you don't see e5, then you can't really play the knight takes d4, as far as I understand it, because you're losing the pawn on a6.
I mean, I can take on b2, but I'm certainly not playing for an advantage, and I guess maybe I'm slightly worse, or who knows, but yeah, it wouldn't make sense without e5. So yeah, could have been an interesting option.
So let's talk about tomorrow. You have the tie-breaks with Prague, and he's also already demonstrated that he's quite a good tie-break player. At least here, I think he defeated Hikaru and also Arjun in the quarterfinals. So, how do you assess this matchup, and what are you going to try to do better than your other colleagues to try and go through to the final?
Well, yeah, of course. Pragnanta is an excellent rapid player. I mean, it was known before this tournament. Of course, he just further consolidated that view. So I think against Hikaru, I mean, it was a very smooth performance, but it was also very much because Hikaru lost in the opening with white pieces. So he blundered, he mixed up his lines, and he got a losing position in the first game. I mean, this tiebreak against Arjun was of course brilliant from both of them. They were both coming back. Each one winning, alternating wins with black pieces. It was very impressive. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I have to say it's going to be close, I'm sure, and I can't tell you that any particular thing will happen, because I think it will be rather unpredictable. So anything could happen.
I see you're still going to the gym. Your energy level is still okay?
My energy is okay. Of course, I am. Rather tired. I mean, I think everyone is probably tired at this point. We've played already 12 classical games and a number of tiebreak games, depending on, Prague has played much more tiebreak games than I have. So yeah, it's definitely tiredness plays a part. I didn't consider it a bad thing that we would be going to tiebreak, let's say before the match started, because I thought, okay, let's say in classical, you don't want to have an accident, right? It feels like the weight of each decision is very heavy. And in rapid, there's a little bit less pressure, because it feels like if you lose, maybe there's more chances to come back. At least that's the feeling. Of course, sometimes you just don't come back. Your opponent puts you away. But I hope that I'll be informed tomorrow. It very much will come down to the form of both of us.
Good luck, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back. And the second game of the rapid tiebreak, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds, is going to start very soon. And Fabiano Caruana is in a must-win situation to force the tiebreak even further to the blitz section. And there you go, Fabi taking the white pieces, and we will see whether he will be able to make this a very much needed comeback or not.
Yeah, so he goes back to 1e4. That has given him good position so far. Again, it's the Italian game. And, well, he's going to what he's the most comfortable with in this must-win situation. But Prague is playing very quickly. Let's see. It looks like Prague put a bishop on e7. Yeah, he brought it back because it was under attack by the pawn. And, okay, let's see if we can get the board to catch up with how quickly they're moving.
Mm-hmm.
So this definitely looks a little bit different from their first game today. And still, though, Fabi having the space on the queen side like he had. Actually, you know what? In that first game, we saw something happening on b8, right? We saw, like, was it Prague bringing back the bishop to b8?
Yeah, it's because
that's what
of
it is.
because of the bishop was on c5. But now Prague is actually playing the same approach as Fabi did on the previous game by putting the bishop on e7, and now the game is completely turning into a different direction compared to the previous game, and Fabi has to keep making the position rather imbalanced. Like this is also another thematic approach by having the queen on b3, putting pressure on f7 so that the rook cannot move to e8.
Yeah, black moved the knight back to b8, which was kind of interesting, I guess, away from these pawns. White played knight d2, and then they each made a move that I couldn't tell what it was. Okay,
It was
c6, queen a2. Yeah, c6 was already threatening to trap this bishop, so the queen pulls back. And they're both continuing to play really, really fast. Let's actually see if there's any games in this position. I don't really have anything. A few moves ago, I mean, knight b8, I think, is a quite rare move, even though the engine suggested there was just one game, Demchenko versus Gajewski, with that strange knight retreat to b8. Okay, so basically they're in new territory unless they've got this analyzed, further along with the engine. And Prague is the one taking the first big think of the game, and he actually goes for d5.
Yep. So
Bishop
d5,
b3.
bishop b3.
And queen to d6 on the board, protecting the pawn on e5. And let's see, what does he want? What is the concept here? He probably wants to go maybe bishop g4, and then knight d7. Just kind of have everything centralized, and the queen is actually pretty well placed on d6.
Yep. Also, the bishop can go to e6, and then you want just to take on or push d4 at some point after knight bd7 or rook moves. You just have a very solid center with all the major and minor pieces.
Yeah, I mean, probably he doesn't want to be trading anytime soon because then, like, his queen can get hit. So I think that's one thing that we're not going to be seeing. And actually, his queen is, maybe it's not on d6. Maybe he went queen c7.
Queen c7, yeah.
Ah, okay. That kind of
A bit
makes
different,
sense.
yeah?
Yeah, it's a bit different. It makes sense as well. He guards the pawn. And the point is, like, pawn takes, bishop takes. First of all, this pawn will hang. And, of course, you also would lose your bishop in that trade. So, okay, Fabi goes a5. So from a theoretical point of view, black stands completely fine.
Yep. And this is actually a very nervy situation for Ferdinand as well, because he knows that he only needs a draw to play the final against Magnus Carlsen, the final boss.
Yeah.
The final boss for Ferdinand.
At the end of this video game.
Yeah, at the end of this video game, yeah. It's like, I think it's very interesting, like a young boy.
Yeah.
Getting all the wins against top players and experienced players, and in the end, it's just going to be against Magnus Carlsen.
Well,
And
that's the best matchup, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
to go through this tournament and face the world's #1 at the end, I think is amazing. And I think I do see it happening. He's just been playing so well here, and I feel like Fabi just hasn't been able to put him away in so many positions. Yeah, I mean that that first game in the rapid that they played was such a big missed opportunity for Fabi, and that really could make the difference for him between second place. A chance to play for the top place and a chance to play for the third place.
Yeah. Also, what's interesting is almost in all the games, Fabi had the chances, and the only one where he didn't, he lost it.
Yep.
And Pragnananda just completely seized the control and managed to win that game.
Yeah, he was so precise in his conversion of that bishop's opposite color endgame.
Yeah. So now Bishop B2 is on the board, trying to hit the center, and still already 15 moves been played and no exchanges so far.
Yeah, black is probably moving his rooks into the center, rook e8, very logical, just kind of getting ready to overprotect the pawn. I can see the rook going here. I can see, the bishop going here or here in these positions. And meanwhile, like, white is the one who needs to win, but what sort of decisions can he make in the center here?
Yeah. And also, I have to point out, we might have another very amazing picture again by Pragnananda and his mother, Nagalaxmi. In the far end, we see Maria Emelianova. If you see that viral picture when his mom was looking over Pragnananda with a very big smile, very proud of her son. It was such a beautiful picture with lots of story behind it. And again, I'm actually expecting the mother to be somewhere in the playing hall.
Yeah. By the way, maybe d4 seems to be the main move that Fabi can do to eventually, get things going in the center. But for now, he goes h3. Well, h3, yeah. So Prague could move in the rook or move back the bishop. Or even move the bishop here. Like, all of that would be quite typical. Like, I don't see anything wrong with any of these moves. And so let's see what he goes for.
Yeah, I like that idea.
So far, he's not really putting any pressure on Prague's positions. The bishop f8 on the board, and yeah, Prague is strong in the center. And Fabi has a space on the queen side, but we know that the center is more important.
Yes, so bishop f8 is what Pragnananda chose. I think this is also very thematic because at some point maybe you want to put your bishop to g7. So by playing g6, bishop g7, that could also be a future idea for black in this position.
I gotta say, like, one engine line here that I was noticing was this, and this. And this is quite hard to go for when you're just hanging the b4 pawn, and then you have to, like, evaluate, is this even good for me, right? So somehow it happens to be good because of f7 hanging, but of course I'm not surprised that, like, Fabi did not go for it, and he just decides to stay in this more closed position, trying to get the knight to g3.
Yep. Well, I think Fabi has to keep all the tensions on the board, not to let Pragnananda clarify many things, because the more complex it gets, the better for Fabi in this situation.
Yeah. Here's another move that I don't think is going to get played. b5 by black. It has some good points, but the thing is, like, to play that move, you actually need to calculate this. Then you got to figure out why giving up the two rooks for the queen, that's actually good, right? And then, okay, I guess somehow, like, things hang in white's position, like this bishop, but I don't really see Prague doing that move. But positionally, if you could get away with it, it's a good move because it controls c4, right? So why not? But, I wouldn't say there's no chance, but it's not the most likely thing that I think we'll be seeing. So let's try to come up with some more human approaches here. Well, rook a d8. Rook a d8 is really the most human. But he just did something on the queen side. Was it
B6.
a6? B6.
I think it's b6, yeah. Oh, a6.
Was it a6? Yeah. Let's see if we can just... Okay, it's a6 on the board. So why did he do that? Kind of fixing the pawn structure there. Still can't really play c5, but okay, a6 is not a harmful move.
It is not, yeah. So rook a d1, putting everything in the center.
And rook a d8, you'll probably see that happen.
Yeah, so I was thinking any idea with DE, it also could happen. But probably there's no need to do it yet.
Yeah, you can always do it. You can always do that move, but you kind of. Yeah, I mean, then why not have the rook on d8? Actually, he went for it. Okay. And he goes for c5. That's his concept. Very solid. It does make sense. Yeah, now we see why a6 so that they can't even think about playing like b5 here.
Yeah. So usually when there is in a must-win situation like this, things might have gone just like 2-0, yeah, for the previous winner. So yeah, Fabi has to force betters, but I think Park is playing very solid chess right now, so it's very hard to penetrate into his position. c5, and I think Black is standing a bit better.
Because the bishop on b2 is so bad. So Fabi's ahead on the clock, but not a lot. And they're basically, yeah, Prague seems very comfortable in these positions as Black. I don't know. Well, Fabi's managed to get good positions against him so far, so I guess he just kept kind of going back to it. But in this game, Prague is not in any trouble. Like not even a glimmer.
Yep, and he's also looking quite confident as well. Like he's quite calm, and he knows that he almost got this match against Magnus Carlsen coming up soon. It's actually very soon. It's tomorrow already. There is no break for Pragnananda. Yeah.
By the way, you mentioned your Magnus sighting in the underpass. And I had my own Magnus sighting yesterday here. I was leaving the hotel after our commentary, and he was coming back with, some takeout bags. That's what it looked like. Like he had just gone to pick up some food and was going to be
probably
eating in his room. Yeah. So what is Fabi going to do? Right now, his b4 pawn is under attack. He can't take the pawn. It's like feels very, very unpleasant if you have to start playing moves like that.
Yeah, I think first of all you have to take on e6, and he did. Rook takes e6, and now first you can start playing queen c4.
Yeah, but you hope that like rook c6, but you can't even go b5 there.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can even do that. This bishop is like so bad. Yeah, just terrible.
Yeah, very good call by Pragnananda to play this c5.
Yeah, it's very solid, and like, white is not even clear where the equality is. Right? White has to win, but where is he equal?
Yeah, definitely. I think Pragnananda, it's looking quite clear right now.
That he's going to go through.
He's going to go through.
Yeah. And wait, your predictions are going to work out.
And I made my prediction by accident. It's just because I want to be on the opposite side of yours, of your predictions.
That works out. Yeah. So, well, what can we suggest? I really don't envy Fabi here. And I think he made a move. And it was not bishop a3, because I don't see the bishop there yet. And Prague already answered him. So let's see what it was. It was queen b3, defending the pawn, and answered by b6, strong move by Prague. He's just completely liquidating. Well, he's liquidating it, but not even like in an easy way for white, because white's pawns are still coming under pressure.
Yep, and that bishop b2, still posing the
Still the worst piece ever.
Right.
I mean, the thing is that white wants to like get the knight in if he has enough time, right? But there's so many issues with that. Like if you go knight e3, first of all, like maybe you're hanging this pawn. I mean, maybe there's queen d5, but you got to calculate that. So, but the other point is that like your whole queen side is collapsing. Like this might be the only bad move, right? Knight e4 is actually a trap.
Yep. So I think after knight e3, Black will just take one of the pawns, b4 or a5.
Yeah, I mean, by the time we get in there, it's not going to be so painful when white is missing like the whole queen side, something like that, like that, like that, like that.
Rook b8.
Yeah, you can throw in that. I mean, everything is getting liquidated. So,
and he went back to a1.
A1 with the rook.
Yeah,
not a good sign, not a good sign. So many things are getting traded, and his pieces are still kind of awkward. So now c takes, takes, and rook b8 is probably the way Prague is going to react you know. And where's that queen going to go? She's tied to the bishop.
Yeah. Not looking great for Fabiano.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because again, I always root for the match to go further.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that they would play the blitz section, but it's looking like Pragnananda is holding this position very well and even like having a better position now.
Yes, our viewers have noticed that we're already predicting Prague for the final. Well, that's where the game is going. That's what the game seems to be showing us, because it's not even, that white is a bit worse. Is just because of like it's sort of like the dynamic of the game. Like Prague is playing so confidently.
Yep.
And so well, and his time situation is okay, and everything's getting traded. And it just doesn't look like that's the kind of game that white wins from.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost impossible to win this position unless your opponent makes a blunder. And Prague will make sure that he's going to play like very good chess and manage to at least clinch a draw out of this game.
Yeah, queen a2. Okay, so now black has clarified things on the queen side.
What about queen c2 here?
Yeah, there's a lot of attractive moves, aren't there? Queen c2 is one. I would also say rook c6 comes to my mind as a nice idea to go to c2.
He went bishop c5 or knight c5 something. Oh, bishop b4.
And bishop b4.
Nice.
Okay, so I think he just wants to take the pawn and take the bishop and liquidate. I think that's his next move, isn't it?
Yeah, that's possible.
Like, let's say the rook goes somewhere. Can I just play queen takes a5?
Yeah, why not, right?
I mean, he's trying to make a draw, so it doesn't matter that he's not, what's the advantage here?
So rook f1. Oh, sorry, rook e2. Rook e2.
He tries to protect the bishop. Yeah.
And rook b5, just trying to get that pawn.
Maybe that was even the point. But,
Yes.
I actually think, I do think that on rook c1, he was planning queen a5, and that was probably sufficient.
Yeah.
Because he just needs a draw in this game. He doesn't have to go for the maximum. But rook e2, rook b5, wow, that's a powerful rook. That rook makes like a really good impression, defending and attacking.
Yep, and standing on the last square where there is no bishop of that color.
He's not being given any chances,
No.
With this kind of confident play by Prague, that's why it's easy to predict that he's going to go through.
Rook goes to c1. Rook c1, attacking the queen. So you can safely take on a5 if you want, right?
I think so.
But no, rook c6.
Yeah, well, the pawn's not going anywhere, is it? And
Yeah.
he's going to take, even that pawn's going to hang.
So what if you just take that pawn, that rook, and then e5 is protected.
Yeah, it's protected. I mean, the knight
The rook
and
and
the
the
rook
b5, yeah? That's nice.
protect the pawn.
Yeah.
How's the time situation? So Fabi is down on the clock. They traded the rooks. And
Queen a4.
Queen a4.
Yeah, how is it looking now?
Well, his hope is that then he can take, because using the pin. So if Fabi takes, there's at least a capture on e5, right? So Fabi is... Prague is going to move the queen out of the pin.
So queen b7.
Yeah, he's so clinical about it. He plays all these best moves with, not that much thinking, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, and also
This is a threat.
Prague is ahead in time right now.
This is a threat as well. So he's about to win a pawn. There's really not a lot of chances here for Fabi to do much. I mean, because look at these pieces that he has to work with, The queen is stuck here.
And
We didn't even point that one out. That's sort of an idea as well.
Yeah. But I think the idea is pretty clear. Just want to get on a5 now.
Yeah.
How to take it? With the rook?
I think either.
Yeah, with the rook.
He took with the rook.
So queen has to go b3 or c2. No, he went back to d1.
Yeah, well, Fabi's just trying to stay in the game, and he's got nothing to lose here.
Bishop f8.
Solid. Black is up a pawn, symmetric kind of structure. I mean, it would be a draw even if he wasn't up a pawn. But, you know, now that he's up a pawn, he's just better. He might put a pawn on g6 at some point. Just to restrict that knight.
Yeah, and now this A pawn will decide the game.
And we have...
So that pawn, yeah, that remember the first game, F4 pawn. That's very expensive.
Yeah, that
very,
was
very
very expensive. Yeah, that moving that pawn, that was not necessary. Okay, so he played king h2. Not finding a better move, he gets the king off the first rank. And I think Prague will just start moving the pawn.
Yeah, rook b5, queen a1.
Okay, right now this one is hanging, so he doesn't want to give that one up. Maybe... I mean, he can give it up, but it's a little bit annoying for him, actually.
Yeah, better keep it. Maybe queen b8 is a move.
Yeah, queen b8, and you can't take because the bishop hangs. Yeah, so maybe queen b8. But then there will be bishop c3, and then you can't move your pawn. The pawn kind of hangs. So, I mean, he could give this one up, but he really doesn't want to psychologically.
Yeah, because that is a good pawn, the central pawn.
Can he go for his own counterattack with knight c5 and just try to get this one? Maybe like this. This I find pretty convincing. This one, he can give up the e5 pawn, take on e4, and he's still up a pawn. Everything is pretty good. I would find like that's something he may want to do.
Yep.
Yes, and if Fabi loses, he will be playing Abasov for third place. So Abasov will have, you know, had a chance to play the number 1 and 2 players in the world.
Yeah, and knight c5 is on the board, just like you expected.
Yes, just the most sensible option. Finding a target and trading down, continuing to trade. Well, how does Fabi avoid the trades? I mean, also the knight can come here, which is not exactly pleasant. So this pawn is very hard to guard because your queen cannot do it because she's got to protect the bishop. So I really don't see any options other than taking this pawn and allowing more trades to happen. So something like bishop takes is going to happen. Knight takes. Knight takes, knight takes. Yeah, I mean, just trading things down.
Right. And bishop takes e5 is on the board. And now, how do you take the e4? With the f knight or the c knight?
You can do either. I don't see a problem with this one either, but, you know, just knight f looks more natural. And get the knight out of attack.
Yeah.
It's exciting for Pragnananda to not only qualify to the candidates,
But looking at world number 2 on the
world
way.
number 2, world
and
number
world number
3.
Yeah, he
You know,
covered
and
before.
you know now world number 1, you know, might be a little concerned with
Yeah.
how this is going.
Yeah.
He's moving up the food chain.
I think Magnus is more motivated to have Pragnananda in the final instead of Fabiano because, well, he's played against Fabiano I don't know how many times already in their life.
Yeah.
So,
No, Prague is super, super talented. Yeah. So, you know, you cannot even, you could feel that he was not going to be like some big underdog, right, in this match. Yes.
Totally not. So this World Cup proves to be a very successful event for the Indian prodigies. We saw Krush hitting the number 1 spot of Indian players.
Yeah.
Surpassing Vishanan. And now Pragnananda will be, potentially be the candidate. Because we'll still never know what's going to happen until December, right? Maybe Magnus will change his mind, or maybe the format will be changed as well, so he could play. So, but he has a very big potential to be the candidate.
Yeah, and it's nice that, you know, like the rivalries within India, right? It's like it's so strong that it's not even like, you know, that there's like Krush and Prague, you know, coming up to, let's say, kind of hold up India's place at the top of the chess world after, you know, as Anand gets older.
Yeah, and they also have Arjun Ergaisi and Nihal Sarin. Yeah,
Right.
So the generation is just a very bright future for them. So
I think 96 is on the board.
96, yes. He's
Okay,
on the
guarding
board.
G7. There were some other moves, but everything looks very solid for Prague. Don't really see any sacrifices here. You never know. Like, there could be some potential scenarios one day of something happening on that square, but of course not for now. Not with the knight on f5. So what can white do? Do we have ideas for white? I really don't have a lot of ideas.
Yeah. So, wow. But I mean, there are still queens on the board, and these two knights, Prague has to keep playing very carefully.
Yeah, Prague is trying to be as solid as possible, actually.
But this is still tricky. The queen might go to g4 and, might pose some attack on the king. So, and 4 minutes should be enough.
The thing is, though, that Fabi has to, avoid all the lines that, look like they even equalize for him because he can't afford to, trade any more pieces,
Yep. He's trading one right now, I think.
Knight takes, yeah.
Yeah, knight takes, and then
Queen
how do you take it
takes,
back?
And
Queen
then you
takes.
can maybe play queen d5
Yeah.
because they can't take on g7 because of queen f5.
Offering more trades, yeah.
I think that works. But, I mean, for now, just trade. Trade once is good, right? I don't know. Why is he pondering that one? Is there something tricky here?
Maybe he's thinking of rook b4 instead of taking on d5.
Ah. Okay, but he took.
No, he took. So queen takes.
Okay, so he has to make sure he doesn't lose that pawn.
Even play knight e6 is okay too, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight e6,
queen g4.
Queen g4. Mm-hmm. Knight e6, queen g4. It still stays a little tricky, but then he has to move his king over.
Mm-hmm.
So this move he wants to do, but does it work? Now, knight g7, I trade the queens and I take your knight. But bishop g7, actually, you know what? I can trade the queens. I just trade the queens here, and then your knight hangs or your bishop hangs.
Hang on. Yeah, just take the knight. Oh, take the queen.
Yeah, take the queen. It's easier.
Yeah, it's easier.
So queen
right.
d5. Queen d5 is the move. This is really nice centralization of the queen, and it offers a trade. So if he sees it, that'll help him along.
Yeah, so he's hesitating. So maybe he missed something in his calculation. Because queen d5 looks very natural. You just want to trade this off.
Yeah, I still feel like he'll probably do it.
Yes, and he did. Queen d5 is on the board.
Okay, yeah, centralization is a powerful concept in chess. And now, well, of course, you can't trade and you can't take. So your queen has to move somewhere. And, well, where would that be? I mean, g4?
Queen g4. Mm-hmm. Rook b4, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Let's say you go here. He'll probably try something like that. I mean, there's no way he's trading the queens. Yeah.
So I like the rook b4 now. So you have limited choices with the queen.
He'll go f4, though.
f4, but it doesn't really attack anything.
Doesn't attack anything, but he'll still go f4. He will go there, or maybe queen g3. You know, there's a very forcing move, f6, because there's actually two pieces hanging.
Maybe Prague is thinking about it right now because this is the direct attack there. Yeah.
And you know what's nice is that it just works, doesn't it? Like knight takes, pawn takes,
Bishop takes f6.
bishop f6.
Oh, but there's queen
d6, and there's no bishop e5. I win a second piece. If I wasn't winning the second piece, it might not be that clear, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's what Prague is thinking about. He can end the game right here with f6. You know, it's not an opportunity you want to miss. Two pieces hanging.
So that is the winning move that we have on the board. Not yet on the board. Finally on the board.
It's on the board. Yeah.
Finally on the board. F6 is there. And this is the winning move. And no matter what happens, Pragnananda will have an extra piece.
Yeah.
And increasing his advantage.
Well, I mean, I guess Fabi will try f4. If pawn takes, then the game kind of continues. So after f4, the knight just needs to go back. Yeah, that's it, you know? Yeah, such good play by Prague. And, you know, when you just need a draw, but like he's making it so confidently from a better position, it's really the dream scenario.
Yes, and yeah, very solid approach as well. And I just cannot wait for tomorrow's matchup between him and Magnus Carlsen. Okay,
Yeah.
providing that Prague will win this game very smoothly until the end. Because, well, anything can still happen, even though, objectively speaking, Pragnananda is in the verge of knocking Fabiano out from the final. And yeah, what do you think?
Well, I think that Magnus likes to be challenged by the younger generation, right? That's sort of the conclusion that we have after he said, like, he's not really interested in playing a world championship match against, you know, the generation that he's already played.
Right.
And he was only interested in playing against Firouzja. But, you know, now we have the young Indian players coming up, so I'm sure that would apply to them. So I think he would find a special, you know, kind of motivation in tomorrow's match.
Yeah, and we will be expecting lots of good play by both sides, Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda. And okay, as you mentioned, F4 is already on the board, and now Prague has to just calculate a little bit more about
Knight of 7.
Knight of
And
7.
that's kind of it, because after that you start losing. Well, hold on. Like knight here, there's still this, because if I take, actually,
Wow.
you know, there's still a trick here, so there is something to calculate. So if knight of 7, knight g7, oh, maybe I have to take like this, attacking the queen. You take, then I take,
And this is
then
okay,
it's a check.
Yep.
And then I win, and I'm up a piece.
Yep.
Okay, so there is some calculation involved right now. Prague is down to 37 seconds. Let's see.
So he took this. Is it okay?
Oh, okay. He took this way. He decided not even to go for knight of 7. It was too complicated. This seems fine, but
E4.
sort of course, there's more complexity, right? I guess this is still good enough, though.
It is fine, yeah, because there's nothing about this knight takes or
Yeah,
anything.
because he's gonna eliminate that pawn. Okay, so this still seems very safe.
Yes.
He's still gonna be up like a pawn. Fabi's probably gonna have to move the knight back to g3. That move, does that work?
You can just take, yeah?
Yeah, and you can just block with the queen or something. Or play king h7.
King h8, yeah?
Anything, yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay, but you know, he didn't find the most precise way to
Yeah.
end, so maybe we'll still see something exciting here.
yeah.
I mean, the king can always be attacked as long as there's queens on the board, right? So he's looking at things like that, but they don't really work because the king can move anywhere. And he probably has to do that, but you know, he sees queen g5 coming.
And queen e6 and take on e4. Maybe this is how you and then
Yeah.
take with the rook actually, because otherwise bishop.
I mean,
bishop
it's
d6.
still a bit of a game at
It
least.
is, yeah. It is still a game, right?
Especially when they're getting down to seconds. So, but now Fabi's actually lower than him on the clock. Fabi needs to make some decisions. There you
So
go.
yeah, knight g3.
And now, how is this pawn going to get captured? Or is there something else that we're not seeing? I don't know, some kind of bishop d6 that can be played just in order to trade everything. I mean, is that worth looking at? I mean, it can be looked at as well,
Yeah,
but most likely he'll take on g5.
I think so too. Queen takes g5, queen e6, king moves, and then rook takes e4.
Yeah, so he took. Okay, no queen trade possible. So queen check, yeah?
Or you can you can take it because there's queen check after bishop d6. Yeah.
After bishop d6, queen check.
Queen
and then
check
what?
e6. Queen check
Oh,
e6.
queen e6. Yeah, you win the
and
bishop.
then get the bishop.
Okay. So he's up a pawn. Everything is safe, but, you know, Fabi has kept the queens on the board. And he still has a knight, so it's still a bit tricky.
Yeah. Oh, so this is not over.
No, not over
This is
yet.
not over yet. Yes.
But, I mean, okay, like maybe queen f6.
King h8 is on the board.
King
yeah.
h8, yeah, solid.
Just moving away from any check. Rook c2.
Rook c2.
What does it do?
I don't know. What does he want? Rook c7? Rook c6? I mean,
Rook c6
he's just kind of
maybe, yeah?
moving around, yeah. I mean, hoping that he somehow gets an invasion on the back rank.
Or just simply play on the light square because
Yeah.
going against the, the
Rook
bishop.
b4
Rook b4.
is interesting.
So can we do, what can we do here? Queen e6? But queen e6,
Queen e6,
queen
there's
f4.
queen f4.
Yeah, but he did
Ooh,
it anyway.
He did it anyway. So wait, what does he want on that? Is he not just... He's going to go g3. Okay.
Ooh, rook f4.
Rook
not,
f4.
Not the queen.
Okay, interesting move.
But now you can play knight g3, yeah?
You can play that move. I mean, he's probably just going to offer some kind of queen trade. Or is Fabi going to try to keep the knight on the active position?
Wow.
He did.
He did, yeah.
He's got nothing to lose.
He's-
At least
yeah,
the knight
exactly.
is powerful.
he needs to
Okay,
win
this is getting a little sharp.
Queen d8.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's got everything under control.
So now no rook
But
c8,
yeah, no rook
because-
c8 because of queen d2
Uh-huh,
and,
and
some
queen
sort of
f2.
checkmate.
Okay, so
White's king is open. We want to go maybe queen b8, start targeting the king.
can you play king g3 or queen goes to a6? Queen a6.
Queen a6? Okay, I don't know.
Fabi just took it.
I would go queen b8, rook there, and
But
then
there's
I
a
would
double check on f2.
and then that works. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Then the king comes to. Okay. Did he do that though? No, he went rook b8.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, Fabi's no longer down a pawn. Queen e2.
Queen e2, yeah.
Queen b8.
King g2, check.
Yeah.
It's a check. King g2 and then
Queen
queen
A8.
a8.
Okay, he's getting the checks he needs, and actually maybe Fabi can't really avoid it anymore, like the trade of some pieces. Well, if the queens come off the board, it's a draw. So Fabi is
King
going
F2.
into the center, Queen a7, but he just keeps getting checked. So how does he avoid that? I don't really see how his king, every time it goes to the back rank, there's rook b1.
And if there's knight e3, bishop c5.
Yeah, no, I think this is kind of it. Fabi's down to 7 seconds.
5, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, king g2.
And he's going to get the draw because, well,
Can you move to h4, for example? King g3, king h4.
yeah, you might as well.
Oh,
Oh, he went queen f3.
queen
Okay.
f3.
It's going to be a trade.
Mm-hmm.
You really shouldn't lose this position. I don't know. King g8. King g8, king f7.
Yeah, so you don't have to do anything, right, in this
I
position?
mean, maybe white will try to push up this pawn. Maybe g6. I don't know. g6. Oh, he went for it.
g6, just
Okay.
to create more space for the king.
Knight h4. Maybe rook b6. Yeah, knight h4, rook b6 is his idea.
So knight e3
Mm-hmm.
and probably just rook b3, yeah? Or any move, actually.
Yeah, rook b3 is okay. Rook b7. Yeah,
Rook
he wants to
b7.
be able to bring out the king.
Very clinical.
Yep.
And now king goes to h7 or g7.
And then put the bishop on g7, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, he puts the king on g7.
h4. Time to move the bishop, maybe.
Bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7, bishop
Mm-hmm.
f6, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Trade pawns.
Trade
Put
pawns,
the bishop on
exactly.
g5.
Yeah, so it's going closer to the draw here.
Yeah, it is. But, you know, Fabi's still... At least now Fabi doesn't have any risk, really. Rook f7. Okay. King g3. Rook f6. Okay. Pretty good approach there.
Mm-hmm.
Force him back. Play bishop d6 too. And then rook f4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fabi can't really, you know, he's coming to a point where he can't continue playing too much longer.
Right. And now bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the pawn is protected, so maybe he doesn't mind bishop d6, king g2 so much.
But
Some hesitation from Pragnananda. I mean,
Yeah.
he's got so many moves. It's like they all draw, right? Maybe h5.
rook f4.
Yeah, that's fine.
Rook
Rook
c6.
c6 and bishop b8, bishop e5.
Or you can go closer with the
Yeah,
king.
bishop b8.
Bishop e5 too. Doesn't matter, yeah. Like I think this position is
Yeah, I'd probably go bishop b8 and actually okay.
Rook
he goes
e4.
here. Interesting.
rook e4. Okay, so king f3, rook f4 back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
there,
he tried
there it is.
king e2.
Now he got the king at least a little bit further. Okay, bishop e5. Bishop e5 to f6. Start attacking that pawn. Maybe bishop e. Can we go bishop e7? Yeah, he'll go. Maybe he'll go bishop e7 now.
Yeah, bishop e7 looks good. No, he
Okay.
went bishop e5.
It's fine.
Yeah, getting closer.
Bishop d4 is the threat. Attack the knight. Yeah, his play. You know, maybe it wasn't enough to win, right? But that's not what he was trying to do. And it never became too tricky for him, even though he
Right.
lost his advantage. But he was, in general, I think it was a little more shaky than what he would have wanted. But ultimately he still didn't have any trouble.
Yeah. So Fabi pushed this pawn h5.
Okay,
I think we are taking it. Yeah.
take it. There's a check though. That doesn't really matter, does it? I don't know. Go king f8. Just go king f8. Yeah.
No, Fabi just took it back.
Yeah, that because
So,
the check was useless. All right. What can we say? I don't know. Can we even attack this pawn? Not like that though.
Bishop f6 or rook f7.
Maybe rook f6 he'll
Rook
do.
f6, yeah.
He was down to 5 seconds.
And there's no check.
Or I think is it 10-5?
No, it's 10-10.
Oh, 10-10. So he's down to 5 seconds. Okay. Rook c4. Bishop f4. Knight check. Knight there. There's still a check. Got a little worried.
Yep. And now bishop g5 maybe, yeah? Just very safe.
Yeah, put the bishop on g5. Then you can never lose him.
Yeah, just move the king.
And then just keep the king on safe square. Don't blunder a fork. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel sad for Fabi because
He fought well.
He fought well. I mean, he had all his chances to win.
Yeah.
Not on this game though, but previous games.
I think we can just watch the board.
Yep.
Right. I mean, we know that not much is going to happen at this point.
Yeah. So wow, but Pragnananda had played very solid chess, and yeah, it took only one chance for Pragnananda to win the game, and he sees it very well.
Yeah, that's it. It's like the blocking off of the black bishop with c3, d4 in their previous game. Yeah, what can I say? I mean, not a lot separates these players, really, right? That's the thing. It's not like, sometimes you want to see someone who's decisively stronger. You want to see them go through. But actually, these players are so close,
Yeah.
that it's like you're losing on small margins.
Yeah, I think we can have the whole camera on the players right now, because I don't see any way in for Fabiano to force matters here.
Yeah, well, Fabiano, incredible that he had that beautiful rook sacrifice in their first game. Imagine how different this match would be if he would have won that first
Yeah,
rapid game.
Yeah, that's why I feel like this is almost like Salimova, because she was much winning on that first game, and then also their last classical match, Salimova versus Goryachkina, was also Salimova was much better. So ending the match like that is like to me is a bit undeserved. But I mean, Pragnananda is showing a very great chess, so it's actually very cool to watch these two players play.
Yeah. All right. Well, the bishop on g5 is so well guarded, and it controls e7, so it's hard to see. I mean, only if you let the white king in, and even then it's kind of hard. But of course, he shouldn't really let the king into g6. Just kind of keep the rook around. Trying to figure out what it is that Fabi even wants. I don't know. You can go king f8.
Yeah. So the question is.
Oh, sorry. Did I say king f8? Don't go. Well,
Don't go
actually, king
you
f8.
can.
I mean,
There's
you
king
actually
g8.
can still do it, but I mean, yeah, don't blunder the fork. I just couldn't see exactly where the pieces were. Yeah.
You can actually play rook e4 here.
Or he can lose on time because he's getting down to 10 seconds.
Okay.
King d8. Wow. Okay. I mean, sure. That works.
Yeah, actually, I think Pragnananda is trying to trap the knight.
He's trying to shop at night. No.
That could be possible.
Tall order.
That could be possible. Okay, so king f3, moving away from the fourth rank, because the knight might actually jump to the fourth rank, and yeah, some repetition there. There's nothing much for Fabio, of course, in this position. So the question is, how long will he try to keep playing?
Yeah. Well, he'll try for at least a few more moves. But he's also kind of running out of time. Okay, built up a little bit of time on the clock. And why is that rook still on e5? Maybe he should like move like to b5 and attack the knight. Okay, he went
Bishop
bishop
e7.
e7. Oh, he actually pulled the bishop out of his position. And rook g5 is a threat. Oh, rook g5. He actually wants to end things right away with rook g5 and winning the h-pawn.
Right.
That, I think, is going to make Fabi throw in the towel. Yeah.
Wow.
I think now bishop e7 was actually a cool move.
Yeah, king f7, and
Yeah.
now rook g5 is
Because
on.
we were kind of so used to seeing the bishop on g5 being good, but actually having the rook on g5 is even better. So
Oh, he's not actually forcing it. He's just repeating
well,
the
now
moves.
is how this is going to end.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
it. That's it. How Pragnananda won the semifinal. Just drawing the second game against Fabiano Caruana, and tomorrow Pragnananda will be facing the one and only Magnus Carlsen, while Fabiano will be playing for the third place versus Nijat Abbasov.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Prague. I
Yes.
mean, he really shows that it's definitely no accident that he took out Hikaru Nakamura, because now he beats another one of the top players in the world. Fabiano Caruana did need a little bit of luck in that rapid game, but he also made his own luck, you know, and he really outplayed him nicely when he got a chance in the Queen and Bishops of opposite color endgame.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was a very good turnaround for Pragnananda, but also Fabiano will be playing another match tomorrow. So I hope he can recover very quick and play a good match against Nijat Abbasov. So I think that's it for today, Irina. It was a very exciting day again.
So let's wrap up. We have a new winner of the Women's World Cup.
Yep.
Alexandra Garyachkina was able to take the title in 2 rapid games, just 2, and Pragnananda needed 2 of the 10-minute games to advance to the final. So tomorrow, guys, he's going to be facing Magnus Carlsen, and we will see you at 3 p.m. local time here in Baku.
Thanks for watching.